The Book Hunter in London, Part 1. Written by W. Roberts. Narrated by Christopher Lane. Preface. The Book Hunter in London is put forth as a contribution to the fascinating history of book collecting in the metropolis. It does not pretend to be a complete record of a far-reaching subject, which a dozen volumes would not exhaust. The present work, however, is the first attempt to deal with it in anything like a comprehensive manner, but of how far or in what degree this attempt is successful, the reader himself must decide. The task itself has been an exceedingly pleasant one to the author, and it only remains for him to thank, collectively, the large number of friends and acquaintances who have so cordially favored him with advice and information on so many points. In only a couple of quite unimportant instances has he experienced anything approaching churlishness. The geniality and courtesy of the book collector are proverbial, but specimens of a different type are evidently to be found here and there. As regards the chapter on modern collectors, the author's object has been to deal with the representative selection of the bibliophiles of today. To aim at anything like completeness in this section of the book would be highly undesirable, having regard to a proportionate representation of the subject as a whole. Completeness, moreover, would be an impossibility, even in a volume devoted entirely to modern men. The greatest possible care has been taken to prevent inaccuracy of any kind, but whilst freedom from error is a consummation which every author desires, it is also one of which few can boast. The reader will be doing the author a favor by informing him of any mistake which may be detected in the following pages. An omission in the account of Stuart, the founder of Puttock's, may be here made good. He had the privilege of selling David Garrick's choice library in 1823. The author regrets to learn that Purcell, a very intelligent bookseller, died some months ago. The Book Hunter in London is the outcome not only of material which has been accumulating for many years past from published and unpublished sources, but also of a long and pleasant intercourse with the leading book collectors and booksellers in London, not to mention a vigorous and constant prosecution of one of the most pleasant and instructive of hobbies. The author has freely availed himself of the information in the works of Dibdin, Nichols, and other writers on the subject, but their statements have been verified whenever possible, and acknowledgments have been made in the proper places to the authorities laid under contribution. W.R., 86 Grosvenor Road, Southwestern. Introduction. It would be quite as great a fallacy to assume that a rich man is also a wise one as to take for granted that he who has accumulated a large library is necessarily a learned man. It is a very curious fact, but none the less a fact, that just as the greatest men have the shortest biographies, so have they been content with the smallest libraries. Shakespeare, Voltaire, Humboldt, Comte, Goethe had no collection of books to which the term library could be fairly applied. But though each preferred to find in nature and in nature's handiworks the mental exercise which less gifted men obtain from books, that did not prevent them from being ardent book-lovers. Shakespeare, to mention only one, must have possessed a Plutarch, a Stowe, a Montaigne, and a Bible, and probably half a dozen other books of less moment. And yet with this poor show he was as genuine a book-lover as Ben Jonson or my Lord Verulam. Lord Burleigh, Grotius, and Bonaparte are said to have carried their libraries in their pockets, and doubtless Shakespeare could have carried his under his arm. If all great men have not been book collectors in the manner which is generally understood by the phrase, it is certain that they have, perhaps without a single exception, been book lovers. They appear, for the most part, to have made a constant companion of some particularly favourite book. For instance, St. Jerome slept with a copy of Aristotle under his pillow. Lord Clarendon had a couple of favourites, Livy and Tacitus. Lord Chatham had a good classical library with an especial fondness for Barrow. Leibnitz died in a chair with the Argenes of Barclay in his hand. Kant, who never left his birthplace, Königsberg, had a weakness in the direction of books of travel. "Were I to sell my library," wrote Diderot, "I would keep back Homer, Moses, and Richardson." Sir W. Jones, like many other distinguished men, loved his Caesar. Chesterfield, agreeing with Callimachus that a great book is a great evil, and with La Fontaine, "Les longs ouvrages me font peur, l'oranger poussé ou métier, il faut ne prendre que la fleur," hated ponderous, prosy, pedantic tomes. Garrick had an extensive collection on the history of the stage, but Shakespeare was his only constant friend. Gibbon was a book collector more in the sense of a man who collects books as literary tools than as a bibliophile. But it is scarcely necessary just now to enter more fully into the subject of great men who were also book-lovers. Sufficient it is, perhaps, to know that they have all felt the blessedness of books, for as Washington Irving, in one of his most lofty sentences, has so well put it, "When all that is worldly turns to dross around us, these, the comforts of a well-stored library, only retain their steady value. When friends grow cold, and the converse of intimates languishes into vapid civility and commonplace, these only continue the unaltered countenance of happier days, and cheer us with that true friendship which never deceived hope nor deserted sorrow." It is infinitely easier to name those who have collected books in this vast and unwieldy London of ours than it is to classify them. To adopt botanical phraseology, the genus is defined in a word or two, but the species, the varieties, the hybrids, and the seedlings, how varied and impossible their classification! Most men have bought books, some have read a few, and others many. But beyond this rough grouping together we shall not attempt anything. One thing, however, the majority of book collectors agree in, and that is in regarding their own generation as a revolution. They have, as Butler has described it in his picture of an antiquary, a great value for that which is past and gone, like the madman that fell in love with Cleopatra. Differing in many and often material points as one book collector does from another, the entire passion for collecting may be said to focus itself into two well-defined grooves. A man either collects books for his own intellectual profit, or out of pure ostentatious vanity. In the ensuing pages there will be found ample and material facts in regard to the former, so that we may say here all that we have to say regarding the latter. The second type of book enthusiast has two of the most powerful factors in his apparently reckless career, his own book greed, and the bookseller who supplies and profits by him. "What do you think of my library?" the King of Spain once asked Boutroux, the French wit, as he showed him the collection at the Escurial, at that time in the charge of a notoriously ignorant librarian. "Your Majesty's library is very fine," answered Boutroux, bowing low, "but your Majesty ought to make the man who has charge of it an officer of the Treasury." "And why?" queried the king. "Because," replied Boutroux, "the librarian of your Majesty seems to be a man who never touches that which is confided to him." There are many varieties of the ignorant collector type. The most fruitful source is the nouveau riche. Book collecting is greatly a matter of fashion, and most of us will remember what Benjamin Franklin said of this prevailing vice. "There are numbers that perhaps fear less the being in hell than out of the fashion." The enterprising individual who, on receipt of a catalogue of medical books, wired to the bookseller, "What will you take for the lot?" and, on a price being quoted, again telegraphed, "Send them along," was clearly a person who wished to be fashionable. Another characteristically amusing illustration of this type of book collector is related by an old-established second-hand bookseller who had bought at a country sale some 200 or 300 volumes in a fair condition. But they were principally old sermons, or, what is worse, theology and political economy. He placed a sample lot outside his shop, leaving the bulk of the stock untouched. The little parcel attracted the attention of a stylishly dressed man, who entered the shop and said, "I'll take these books, and say, have you any more of this kind with this shield onto them? pointing to the bookplate attached, which bore the arms and name of a good old county family. "That box, sir, is full of books from the same house, and probably every book has the same bookplate, but I have not yet had time to examine them." "What's your figure for them, anyway? See here, I start back to Chicago tomorrow, and I mean to take these books right back along. I'm going to start a library there, and these books will just fit me, name and all. Just you sort out all that have that shield and name and send them round to the Langham at 7 sharp. I'll be round to settle up. But see now, don't you send any without that nameplate, for that's my name too, and I reckon this old hoss with the daggers and roosters might have been related to me some way." "I remember," says the Marquis d'Argenson in his memoir, "once paying a visit to a well-known bibliomaniac who had just purchased an extremely scarce volume quoted at a fabulous price. Having been graciously permitted by its owner to inspect the treasure, I ventured innocently to remark that he had probably bought it with the philanthropic intention of having it reprinted. "Heaven forbid!" he exclaimed in a horrified tone. "How could you suppose me capable of such an act of folly? If I were, the book would be no longer scarce, and would have no value whatever. Besides," he added, "I doubt between ourselves if it be worth reprinting." "In that case," said I, "its rarity appears to be its only attraction." "Just so," he complacently replied, "and that is quite enough for me." Another type, which borders dangerously near to that which we have been describing, is the collector who, not necessarily ignorant, collects for himself alone. The motto which Grolier adopted and acted upon, Io Grolieri et amicorum, might have been a very safe principle to go upon in the 16th century, but it would most certainly fail in the 19th, when one's dearest friends are the most unmitigated book-thieves. But perhaps even the too frequent loss of books is an evil to be preferred to the egotistical meanness of the selfish collector. Balzac gives in his Cousin Pons a vivid delineation of such a person. The hero is a poor, drudging music teacher and orchestra player, who has invested every franc of his hard-won earnings in the collecting of exquisite paintings, prints, bric-a-brac, and other rare mementos of the 18th century. Despised by all, even by his kindred, trodden upon as a nobody, slow, patient, and ever courageous, he unites to a complete technical knowledge a marvelous intuition of the beautiful, and his treasures are for him pride, bliss, and life. There is no show in this case, no desire for show, no ambition of the despicable, shoddy-genteel sort, a more than powerful creation of fiction. A strikingly opposite career of selfishness is suggested by the fairly well-known story of Don Vincente, the friar bookseller of Barcelona, who, in order to obtain a volume which a rival bookseller, Paxtot, had secured at an auction, set fire one night to Paxtot's shop, and stole the precious volume, a supposed unique copy of the Fers et Ordenaciones Faites per los gloriosos Reyes de Arago als Regnicios del Regne de Valencia, printed by Lambert Palmar, 1482. When the friar was brought up for judgment, he stolidly maintained his innocence, asserting that Paxtot had sold it to him after the auction. Further inquiry resulted in the discovery that Don Vincente possessed a number of books which had been purchased from him by customers who were shortly afterwards found assassinated. It was only after receiving a formal promise that his library should not be dispersed, but preserved in its integrity, that he determined to make a clean breast of it, and confess the details of the crimes that he had committed. In cross-examination, Don Vincente spurned the suggestion that he was a thief, for had he not given back to his victims the money which they had paid him for the books? "And it was solely for the sake of books that you committed these murders?" asked the judge. "Books, yes, books. Books are the glory of God." Vincente's counsel, in defense of his client, in this desperate strait, maintained that there might exist several copies of the books found in his possession, and that it was out of the question to condemn, on his own sham avowal, a man who appeared to be half-cracked. The counsel for the prosecution said that the plea could not be urged in the case of the book printed by Lambert Palmar, as but one copy of that was in existence. but the prisoner's counsel retorted by putting in evidence attested affirmation that a second copy was in France. Up to this moment Vincente had maintained an imperturbable calm, but on hearing his counsel's plea he burst into tears. In the end, Don Vincente was condemned to be strangled, and when asked if he had anything more to urge, all he could utter, sobbing violently, was, "Ah, your worship, my copy was not unique." Cousin Pons and Don Vincente are extreme instances of bibliomaniacs to whom the possession of a book was the supreme happiness of life. The man of fiction and the man of fact were at one in this passion of acquisitiveness. Don Vincente was compelled by hunger, malus uada fames, to become a bookseller, and if it became a general rule for book collectors to become booksellers, there would, we venture to think, be a very material increase in police court and perhaps criminal cases generally. Mr. G.A. Sala tells us an amusing story of the late Frederick Guest Tomlins, a historian and journalist of repute. In the autumn of his life, Tomlins decided to set up as a bookseller. He purposed to deal chiefly in medieval literature, in which he was profoundly versed. The venture was scarcely successful. A customer entered his shop one day and asked for a particular book as marked in the catalogue. "I had really no idea it was there," meditatively remarked Mr. Tomlins, as he ascended a ladder to a very high shelf and pulled out a squabby little tome. Then he remained about 25 minutes on the ladder, absorbed in the perusal of the volume, when the customer, growing impatient, began to rap on the counter with his stick. Thereupon Mr. Tomlins came down the ladder. "If you think," he remarked with calm severity to the intending purchaser, "that any considerations of vile dross will induce me to part with this rare and precious little volume, you are very much mistaken. It is like your impudence. Be off with you." A not altogether dissimilar anecdote is related by Lord Lytton in that curious novel Zanoni, in which one of the characters is an old bookseller who, after years of toil, succeeded in forming an almost perfect library of works on occult philosophy. Poor in everything but a genuine love for the mute companions of his old age, he was compelled to keep open his shop and trade, as it were, in his own flesh. Let a customer enter, and his countenance fell. Let him depart empty-handed, and he would smile gaily, oblivious for a time of bare cupboard and inward cravings. Apropos of a literary man turning bookseller, the experiment has often been tried, but it has generally failed. Second-hand bookselling seems to be a frequent experiment after the failures of other trades and callings. We have known grocers, greengrocers, coal dealers, pianoforte makers, printers, bookbinders, cheapjacks in London adopt the selling of books as a means of livelihood. Sometimes, and several living examples might be cited, the experiment is a success, but frequently a failure. The knowledge of old books is not picked up in a month or a year. The misfortune which seems to dog the footsteps of many men in every move they make does not fail to pursue them in bookselling. Some of them might almost say with Fulmer in Cumberland's West Indian, 1771, "I have beat through every quarter of the compass. I have blustered for prerogatives. I have bellowed for freedom. I have offered to serve my country. I have engaged to betray it. I have talked treason, writ treason, and here I set up as a bookseller, but men leave off reading, and if I were to turn butcher, I believe they'd leave off eating." There can be no doubt about the fact that Englishmen, as a rule, do not attach sufficient importance to book-buying. If the better-class tradesman or professional man spends a few pounds at Christmas or on birthday occasions, he feels that he has become a patron of literature. How many men who are getting £1,000 a year spend £1 per month on books? The library of the average middle-class person is in 99 cases out of 100 the cruelest possible commentary on his intelligence, and, as a matter of fact, if it contains a couple of volumes worthy of the name of books, their presence is more often than not an accidental one. A few volumes of The Sunday at Home, The Leisure Hour, Castle's Magazine, or perhaps a few other monthly periodicals, carefully preserved during the 12 months of their issue, and bound up at the end of the year. With such stuff as this is the average Englishman's bookcase filled. Mark Pattison has gone so far as to declare that while the aggregate wealth of the United Kingdom is many times more than it was 150 years ago, the circle of book buyers, of the lovers of literature, is certainly not larger, if it be not absolutely smaller. It may be urged that a person with £1,000 per annum as income usually spends £100 in rent, and that the accommodation which can be got for that amount does not permit of one room being devoted to library purposes. This may be true, but this explanation is not a valid excuse, for a set of shelves, 13 feet by 10 feet 6 inches, placed against a wall, will accommodate nearly 1,000 octavo volumes. The genius of the world can be pressed into 100 volumes. An American has advised his readers to own all the books you can, use all the books you own, and as many more as you can get. The advice is good, and it is well to remember that by far the majority of great book collectors have lived to a ripe old age. The companionship of books is unquestionably one of the greatest antidotes to the ravages of time, and study is better than all medical formulas for the prolongation of life. The man who has resolved upon getting together a collection of first-class books may not unreasonably be appalled at the difficulties which stand in the way. And what, indeed, it may be asked, will become of the hundreds and thousands of books which are now all the fashion? How many will survive the levelling process of the next half a score of years? And how few will be known, except to bibliographers, half a century hence? The lessons of the past would aid us in arriving at some sort of conclusion as regards the future, if we were inclined to indulge in speculation of this vain character. It will, however, be interesting to point out that of the 1,300 books printed before the beginning of the 16th century, not more than 300 are of any importance to the book collector. Of the 50,000 published in the 17th century, not more than perhaps 50 are now held in estimation, and of the 80,000 published in the 18th century, not more than 300 are considered worth reprinting, and not more than 500 are sought after. In a curious little book, L'an 2440, Révocil un fou jamais, published in Paris a century ago, there is a very quaint description of the process by which, in an improved state of society, men would apply themselves not to multiply books, but to gather knowledge. The sages of a political millennium exhibited their stores of useful learning in a cabinet containing a few hundred volumes. All the lumber of letters had perished, or was preserved only in one or two public libraries, for the gratification of a few harmless dreamers that were tolerated in their laborious idleness. This pleasant little picture, drawn by M.L.S. Mercier of the state of things 5 centuries hence, is in strong contrast to the painful plethora of books of the present day. Dr. Ingleby, the famous Shakespearean scholar, is credited with the idea of establishing a society for the purpose of procuring books which no one else would buy. But this society, the Syncretic Book Club, could not have had any success if the vast quantities of unsaleable rubbish which one meets with on every hand are to be taken into account. Doubtless Dr. Ingleby would have included in his scope such books as Lord Lonsdale's Memoir of the Reign of James II, 1803, which 50 years ago sold for 5.5 guineas, but which within the past few months has declined to 2 shillings. There was a time when even old and unsaleable books had a commercial value. Before the cheapening of paper, a second-hand bookseller had always the paper mill to fall back on, and the price then paid, £1 10s per centum weight, was one inducement to dispose of folios and quartos which remained year in and year out without a purchaser. The present price of waste paper is half a crown a hundredweight, so that the bookseller is now practically shut out of this poor market. Indeed, an enterprising bibliopole was lately offering useful old books, etc., at 3 shillings 6 per centum weight free on the rails, provided not less than 600 weight is bought. To young beginners, he states, these lots are great bargains. But whether he means young beginners in literature or young beginners in trade is an open question. In either case, useful old books at the price of waste paper are a novelty. There is a certain amount of danger in the wholesale destruction of books, for posterity may place a high value, literary and commercial, on the very works which are now consigned to the paper mill. Unfortunately, posterity will not pay booksellers' rent of today. Just as those books which have the largest circulation are likely to become the rarest, so do those which were at one time most commonly met with, often, after the lapse of a few decades, become difficult to obtain. In one of his Echoes notes, Mr. G. A. Sala tells us that in the course of 40 years bookstall hunting, he has known a great number of books once common become scarce and costly. For example, Lawrence's Lectures on Man, Walker's Analysis of Beauty, Milligan's Curiosities of Medical Experience, Beckford's Vathek in French, Jeremy Bentham's works, and Harris's Hermes. Possibly the disappearance of these and many other books may be attributed to certain definite causes. For example, in the early years of this century, one of the commonest books at 1 shilling or 1 shilling 6 was Theobald's Shakespeare Restored, but 50 years later it was a very rare book. The interest in Shakespeare and his editors had become quite widespread in literary circles, and literature in any way bearing on the subject found ready purchasers. Just as the disappearance of certain books sends their prices up considerably in the market, so the unexpected appearance of others has just the reverse effect. Until quite recently, one of the scarcest of the first editions of the writings of Charles Dickens was a thin octavo pamphlet of 71 pages, entitled The Village Coquettes, a Comic Opera, in 2 acts, London, Richard Bentley, 1836. So rare was this book that very few collectors could boast the possession of it, and an uncut example might always be sold for £30 or £40. About a year before his death, Dickens was asked by Mr. Locker Lampson whether he had a copy. His reply was, "No, and if I knew it was in my house, and if I could not get rid of it in any other way, I would burn the wing of the house where it was." The words, no doubt, being spoken in jest. Not long since, a mass of waste paper from the printer's warehouse was returned to the mills to be pulped, and would certainly have been destroyed had not one of the workmen employed upon the premises caught sight of the name of Charles Dickens upon some of the sheets. The whole parcel was carefully examined, and the searchers were rewarded by the discovery of nearly 100 copies of The Village Coquettes in quires, clean and unfolded. These were passed into the market, and the price at once fell to about £5. The most curious things turn up sometimes in a similar manner. A little sixpenny bazaar book, 2 poems by Elizabeth Barrett and Robert Browning, 1854, was for a long time extremely rare, as much as £3 or £4 being paid for it when it occurred for sale. Suddenly it appeared in a bookseller's catalogue at 2 shillings, and as every applicant could have as many as he wanted, it then leaked out that the bookseller, Mr. Herbert, had purchased about 100 copies with books which he purposed sending to the mill. Even remainders sometimes turn out to be little gold mines. The late Mr. Stibbs bought the remainder of Keats's Endymion at 4 pence per copy. We do not know what he realized by this investment, but their value for some years has been £4 and upwards. The subject of book finds is one about which a volume might be written. Every special collector has his fund of book-hunting anecdotes and incidents, for where the rarity of a well-known book is common property, there is not usually much excitement in running it to earth. The fun may be said to begin when 2 or 3 people are known to be on the hunt after a rare and little-known volume, whose interest is of a special character. To take, as an illustration, one of the most successful book hunters of modern times, the late Henry Stephens of Vermont. Until Mr. Stephens created the taste for Americana among his fellow countrymen, very few collectors considered the subject worth notice, and yet in the space of a quarter of a century he unearthed more excessively rare and unique items than the wildest dreamer could have supposed to exist. Books and pamphlets which were to be had for the proverbial old song when he first came to this country quickly became the objects of the keenest competition in the sale-room, and invariably found buyers at extravagant prices. As an illustration, although not an American item, we may mention that when a copy of the Mazarin Bible was offered at Sotheby's in 1847, the competitors were an agent of Mr. James Lennox, Stephen's client, and Sir Thomas Phillips in person. The latter went to £495, but the agent went £5 better, and secured the prize at the then unheard-of price of £500. At first Mr. Lennox declined to take the book, but eventually altered his mind, wisely, as it proved, for although at long intervals copies are being unearthed, the present value of Mr. Lennox's copy cannot be much short of £4,000. During 1854 and 1855, Mr. Stevens bought books to the value of over $50,000 for Mr. Lennox, and on reviewing the invoices of these 2 years, "I am confident," says Mr. Stevens, "that if the same works were now, 1887, to be collected, they would cost more than $250,000. But can so much and so many rare books ever be collected again in that space of time?" In December 1855, Mr. Stevens offered Mr. Lennox in one lump about 40 Shakespeare quartos, all in good condition, and some of them very fine, for £500, or, including a fair set of the 4 folios, £600, an offer which was accepted, and it may be doubted whether such a set could now be purchased for £6,000. Mr. Lennox was for over 10 years desirous of obtaining a perfect copy of The Bay Psalter, printed by Stephen Day at Cambridge, New England, 1640, the first book printed in what is now the United States, and had given Mr. Stevens a commission of £100 for it. After searching far and wide, the long-lost Benjamin was discovered in a lot at the sale of Pickering's stock at Sotheby's in 1855. A cold-blooded coolness seized me, and advancing towards the table behind Mr. Lilly, I quietly bid, in a perfectly neutral tone, 6 pence. And so the bids went on, increasing by 6 pences, until half a crown was reached, and Mr. Lilly had loosened the string. Taking up this very volume, he turned to me and remarked, "This looks a rare edition, Mr. Stevens, don't you think so? I do not remember having seen it before," and raised the bid to 5 shillings. I replied that I had little doubt of its rarity, though comparatively a late edition of the Psalms, and at the same time gave Mr. Wilkinson a 6-penny nod. Thenceforward a spirited competition arose between Mr. Lilly and myself, until finally the lot was knocked down to Stevens for 19 shillings. The volume had cost the late Mr. Pickering 3 shillings. It became Mr. Lennox's property for £80. 23 years later, another copy was bought by Mr. Cornelius Vanderbilt for $1,200. In a letter to Justin Windsor, the late J. Orchard Halliwell Phillips gave some very curious and interesting information respecting book collecting in the earlier half of the present century. "About the year 1836, he wrote, "when I first began hunting for old books at the various stalls in our famous London city, black-letter ones and rare prints were plenty as blackberries, and I have often found such things in unlikely places and amidst a mass of commonplace rubbish, exposed for sale in boxes labelled, 'These books and pamphlets 6 pence or 1 shilling each,' outside an old bookseller's window, where another notice informed the passer-by that libraries were purchased or books bought, and thus plainly showed how such now indeed rarities came into the possession of an ignorant bibliopole. It was not, however, till about 1840 that I turned my attention to the more special work of collecting Shakespeare quartos, in which, I may say, I have been very successful. It was at one of George Chalmers' sales that I first bought 1 or 2, and after that I hunted for them in all parts of the country, and met with considerable success, often buying duplicates and even triplicates of the same edition and play. At one time I possessed no less than 3 copies of the very rare quarto edition of Romeo and Juliet, 1609, and sometimes even had 4 copies of more than one of the other quartos. Not so very long before this period, old Jolly, the well-known collector, picked up a Caxton at Reading, and a Venus and Adonis, 1594, at Manchester, in a volume of old tracts, for the ignoble sum of 1 shilling 3 pence. Jolly was a wealthy orange merchant of Farringdon Street, London, and entertained me often with many stories of similar fortunate finds of rare books, which served to whet my appetite only the more. But I was soon stopped in my book-hunting career by the appearance all at once on the scene of a number of buyers with much longer purses than my own, and thus I was driven from a market I had derived so much pleasure from with great regret. Some time afterwards, circumstances rendered it desirable that I should part with a large number of my book treasures by auction and to the British Museum. But even then I retained enough to be instrumental in founding the first Shakespearean library in Scotland, by presenting to the University of Edinburgh, amongst other rarities, nearly 50 copies of original quartos of Shakespeare's plays printed before the Restoration, and to keep sufficient myself of the rarest and most valuable examples. Sometimes the notes of a former possessor have a considerable literary interest, as, for example, the copy of Stowe's Survey of London, 1618, presented to the Penzance Library by the late J.O. Halliwell Phillips, who has written, under date December 24, 1867, the following note: "This is a favourite book of mine. I like to read of London as it was, with the bright Thames crowded with fish and its picturesque architecture. I should not have discarded this volume for any library, had I not this day picked up a beautiful large paper copy of it, the only one in that condition I ever saw or heard of." As an illustration of the enhanced value possessed by books having notes written in them by their owners, it may be mentioned that when the great Mr. Fox's furniture was sold by auction after his death in 1806, amongst the books there happened to be the first volume of Gibbon's Decline and Fall, which apparently had been given by the author to Fox, who wrote on the flyleaf this note: "The author at Brooks said there was no salvation for this country until 6 heads of the principal persons in the administration were laid on the table. 11 days after, this same gentleman accepted a place of Lord of Trade under those very ministers, and has acted with them ever since." This peculiarly nasty little note sent the value of the odd volume up to £3 3s. Gibbon, writing in his autobiography of Fox, says, "I admired the powers of a superior man, as they are blended in his attractive character with the softness and simplicity of a child," an opinion which he might have modified if he had lived to read the foregoing note. When Canning's books, for the most part of an exceedingly commonplace and uninteresting character, came under the hammer at Christie's in 1828, the competition was extremely keen for all volumes which bore the great statesman's autograph, and as most of the books contained more or less elaborate indications of Canning's proprietorship, his executors received nearly double the sum which they could reasonably expect. Similar illustrations occur every year at book auctions. The idiosyncrasies of collectors might make quite as long a chapter as that of books which have belonged to famous persons, and it is for the same reason that we have to deal briefly with each. It is curious that almost as soon as book collecting became at all general, the faddy man came into existence. Dr. John Webster of Clitheroe, who died June 18, 1682, aged 72, for example, had a library which was rich in books of romance, and what was then termed the black art. But Webster was the author of a rare volume on witchcraft, so that his books were his literary tools, just as, a century later, John Rennie, the distinguished civil engineer, made a speciality of mathematical books, of which he had a collection nearly complete in all languages. Dr. Benjamin Moseley's library, which was sold by Stuart in March 1814, was composed for the most part of books on astrology, magic, and facetiae. The Reverend F.J. Stainforth, whose library was sold at Sotheby's in 1867, collected practically nothing but books written by or relating to women. He aimed to secure not only every book, but every edition of such books. He was a most determined book hunter, and when Holywell Street was at its lowest moral ebb, this eccentric gentleman used to visit all the bookshops almost daily, his inquiry being, "Have you any women for me today?" Mr. Stainforth, who died in September 1866, was for many years curate of Camden Church, Camberwell, and was from 1851 incumbent of All Hallows Staining, the stipend of which was about £560, and the population about 400. Bless my books, all my Bible books, all my hocus-pocus, and all my legerdemain books, and all my other books, whether particularly mentioned at this time or not, was the prayer of a Scotsman of about a century and a quarter ago, and so perhaps the Reverend Mr. Stainforth thought, if he did not utter occasionally some such petition. Half a century ago, one of the most inveterate frequenters of book auctions was a certain Dr. G, of diminutive stature, on account of an awkward deviation of the spine. At that time, the appearance of a private purchaser at a sale was a very rare event, and one which, when it occurred, invariably met with a more or less hostile reception from the fraternity. Dr. G's first appearance produced a good deal of sensation. The hunchback, it is true, was rather shabbily dressed, but l'habit ne fait pas le moine, and is certainly no trustworthy index to the pockets of the wearer. Excitement reached fever heat when a wink and a word was put up, and persistently contested for by the doctor, who ran it up against the booksellers present, some of whom quickly desisted from the fun for fear of burning their fingers. One of whom, far exceeding his commission, obstinately refused to give in until the book was knocked down to him to his own dismay, and the delight and ironical compliments of his colleagues. After this contretemps, the doctor had it pretty much his own way. His name was duly entered on the sale catalogue, and his address was known. The next day our bookseller, sobered by reflection, called on the doctor, confessed his sin of the previous day, humbly asked for absolution, and offered him the book at an immense loss on the sale price. "If you were," replied the doctor, "to bring the book at my door for nothing, I would take it with a pair of tongs and drop it into the gutter." It was a puzzle to everyone what the little doctor did with all his purchases, which were limited chiefly to classical books. At his death, however, it transpired that he bought for the various universities of the United Kingdom. The doctor's son, a poor curate, entered his late father's library for the first time, and found there a mass of books which occupied nearly a month in selling, and realized, to his delight, a large sum of money. The contempt with which Dr. G received the bookseller's proposal is peculiarly typical of the book collector. If he cannot obtain what he wants just exactly when he wants it, he does not care about it. The book collector is doubtless too prone to despise everything which is not quite in his line, forgetting that all branches of literature contribute in some degree, greater or lesser, to the bulk of human knowledge. No man can be universal, even if he had the wealth of a dozen Rothschilds, or the mental vigor and versatility of 100 Gladstones. The book hunter has, however, his good traits, which sometimes require a good deal of finding, it is true. We need not dwell at great length on his apparent unconquerable habit of beating down the prices, for the custom is too well known to require much explanation. But a view of the other side of the picture is only fair. A few years ago, a well-known bookseller catalogued a copy of the Book of Job at a very low figure. A wealthy collector, whose purchases were generally closed on the judgment of a distinguished bookman, asked to have the copy sent on approval. It was dispatched, but came back within a few days. No explanation was volunteered. When, however, the collector came into the shop a short time after, he was asked why he had returned the book. His answer was to the effect that he could not persuade himself that the illustrations were really by Blake, particularly as the price asked was so low. A week or so after this, a distinguished art critic, hearing of the whereabouts of this copy, asked to have it on approval. In sending it, the bookseller enclosed a note to the effect that some doubt had been expressed as to the genuineness of the plates. In a few days came a check from the man of art for £10 over and above the catalogue price, and a note to the effect that the illustrations were not only unquestionably by Blake, but in the finest possible state. Last summer, a certain bookseller sold, after some considerable amount of haggling, a very fine missal for £65, which was £5 less than its catalogue price. A few weeks after, the purchaser called and paid the additional £5, explaining that a friend of his had taken a violent fancy to the book and begged to be allowed to possess it at £70. Another honest book collector, discovering that he had bought a book considerably cheaper than an example had been sold at Sotheby's, and £2 less than Mr. Quaritch had asked for a similar copy, sent his bookseller a present of a parcel of books to make up the difference in the two amounts. With these few introductory and perhaps desultory pages, the reader is invited to the more solid feast provided for his delectation in the following pages. Notes. Mr. Stainforth's collection ranged over 300 years, and amid much utter rubbish, there were a few things of considerable rarity, notably one of only 3 complete copies known of T. Bentley's Monument of Matrons, 1582, formerly in the libraries of Herbert, Woodhouse, Haber, and Bliss. It included 2 autograph letters of the Right Honourable T. Grenville, and realized £63. Anne Bradstreet's 10th Muse lately sprung up in America, 1650, £12 10 and a copy of Dame Juliana Burner's Book of Hawking, etc., £13. Nearly 50 items appear under the name of Aphra Behn, whilst there are 21 editions of Jane Porter's poems, which realized the grand total of 14 shillings. The library comprised 3,076 lots, representing perhaps 20 times that number of volumes, and realized the total of £792 5. Early book hunting. Those who have studied the earlier phases of English history will readily understand that the terms book hunting in England and book hunting in London are by no means synonymous. The passion for books had manifested itself in various and remote parts of this country long before London had developed into a place of importance, when indeed it was battling from without and within with conflicts which seemed to predict complete annihilation. But the growth of London is essentially typical of the growth of the nation and of the formation of the national character. When it was laying the foundation of its future greatness, London had no thought of intellectual pursuits, even if Londoners themselves had any conception of an intellectual life. For any trace of such unthought of and perhaps indeed unheard of articles as books, we must go to localities far remote from London, to spots where, happily, the strife and din of savage warfare scarcely made themselves heard. The monasteries were the sole repositories of literature. To the monk alone had the written book any kind of intelligence, any species of pleasure. To him it was as essential as the implements of destruction to the warrior, or the plough to the husbandman. The one had no sympathy, no connection with the other, only in so far that the events which transpired in the battlefield had to be recorded in the scriptorium. Although London was a place of importance at a very early stage of the Roman occupation, it was not in any sense an intellectual centre for centuries after that period. Indeed, it might be laid down as a general principle that the farther the seeker went from London, the more likelihood there was of meeting with books. To Northumbria, from the end of the 6th to the end of the 7th century, we shall have to look for the record of book-buying, for during that period books were imported in very considerable quantities. Abbeys arose all along the coast, and scholars proportionately increased. In a letter to Charlemagne, Alcuin speaks of certain exquisite books which he studied under Egbert at York. At Wearmouth, Benedict Biscop, 629 to 690, was amassing books with all the fury of half a dozen ordinary bibliomaniacs. He collected everything and spared no cost. At York, Egbert had a fine library in the Minster. St. Boniface, the Saxon missionary, was a zealous collector. There were also collections, and consequently collectors, of books at places less remote from London, such as Canterbury, Salisbury, Glastonbury, and even St. Albans. But of London itself there is no mention. Scarcely any such thing as book-hunting or book-selling could possibly have existed in London before the accession of Alfred, who, among the several ways in which he encouraged literature, is said to have given an estate to the author of a book on cosmography. Doubtless it was after the rebuilding of the city by Alfred that, in the famous letter to Wulfstig, Bishop of London, he takes a retrospective view of the times in which they lived, as affording churches and monasteries filled with libraries of excellent books in several languages. Bede describes London, even at the beginning of the 8th century, as a great market which traders frequented by land and sea, and from a passage in Gale we learn that books were brought into England for sale as early as 705. With the reconstruction of London, the wise government and the enthusiastic love for letters which animated the great Saxon king, the commerce of the capital not only increased with great rapidity, but the commerce in books between England and other countries, particularly from such bibliopolic centres as Paris and Rome, began to assume very considerable proportions. If, as is undoubtedly the case, books were continually being imported, it follows that they found purchasers. By the beginning of the 11th century, there were many private and semi-private collections of books in or near London. The English book collectors of the 7th century include Theodore, Archbishop of Canterbury, Benedict, Abbot of Wearmouth, and Bede. Those of the 8th century, Ina, King of the West Saxons, and Alcuin, Abbot of Tours, whilst the 10th century included, in addition to Alfred, Scotus Erigena, Athelstan, and St. Dunstan, Archbishop of Canterbury. But it cannot be said, with due regard to truth, that London was in any sense a seat of learning, or a popular resort for learned men, until well on into the 13th century. Doubtless many consignments of books passed through the city on the way to their respective destinations. Edward I may be regarded as the first English monarch who took any interest in collecting books. Most of his, however, were service books. They are mentioned in the wardrobe accounts, 1299 to 1300, of this king, and are only 11 in number. These he may have purchased in 1273 in France, through which he passed on his way home from Palestine. But it is much more probable that he had no thought of books when hurrying home to claim the crown of his father. Contemporary with Edward was another book collector of a very different type, the Abbot of Peterborough, Richard of London, who had a private library of 10 books, including the Consolation of Philosophy, which he may have formed in London. But quite the most interesting book collector, so far as we are concerned just now of this period, is Richard de Gravesend, Bishop of London. A minute catalogue of this collection is among the treasures of St. Paul's Cathedral, and has been privately printed. In this case, the price of each book is affixed to its entry. The total number of volumes is 100, their aggregate value being £116 14 shillings 6 representing, according to Milman's estimate, £1,760 of our present money. 21 Bibles and parts of Bibles were valued at £19 5 shillings. 22 volumes in this collection deal with canon and civil law, 4 with ecclesiastical history, and about an equal number with what may be designated science and arts, the rest being of a theological character. The entries ran thus: Tractatus Frius Dertii de Propietatibus Rerum, Libellus Instructionum, Liber Avicenni, Liber Naturalis. The two last named are respectively the highest and lowest priced items in the list, for books of a single volume only, the Liber Avicenni being valued at the very high figure of £5, and the Liber Naturalis at 3 shillings. A Bible in 13 volumes is valued at £10, and a little Bible at £1. The total value of the property of this bishop was scheduled at about £3,000. In spite of civil strife and foreign complications, the taste for literature made great strides during the 12th and 13th centuries, with the very natural consequence of an increased demand for and supply of books. And the curious thing is that book collecting was gradually passing away from the monks and becoming exceedingly popular with the laity. Flocks and fleeces, crops and herds, gardens and orchards, the wine of the wine-cup, are the only books and studies of the monks. The Franciscans, who like the Dominicans came to England in 1224, were expressly forbidden the possession of books or the necessary materials for study. When Roger Bacon joined this order, he was deprived of his books. St. Francis himself, it seems, was once tempted to possess books, by honest means, let us hope, although the point is not quite clear, and he almost yielded to the temptation. but finally decided that it would be sinful. The plague of books seems to have troubled this poor saint's soul, for he hoped that the day would come when men would throw their books out of the window as rubbish. In proof of the theory that laymen at a very early period became book collectors, the most interesting example which we can quote is that of Guy de Beauchamp, Earl of Warwick, who died in 1315, and who bequeathed his library to Bordesley Abbey, Worcestershire, where it had already been deposited during his lifetime. Beginning with this preamble, « À tous ceux que ces lettres verront ou auront, Guy de Beauchamp, comte de Vert, saluts en deux, nous avons belle longueur, le abbé et le couvent de Bordesley, les airs de mort, à toujours les romances de son nom, Serre Sévère. » The bequest recites with great minuteness a remarkably interesting list of books. This list, écrit au Bordesley le premier jour de mai, l'an de Rennes, le roi Edouard 13 is in the Lambeth Library, but it is reprinted by Todd in his Illustrations of Gower and Chaucer, pages 161 and 162. This list is of more than ordinary interest, chiefly because the collection formed by a layman gives us a very good insight into the class of books which the early nobility of England read, or, at all events, collected. Religious books, of course, formed the background of the library, but there were many romances, such, for instance, as those of King Arthur, of Joseph l'Armité du Sangrail, of Tuer, etc. There was also a book, De Physique et de Surgery. This collection contained between 40 and 50 volumes, in which was included pretty nearly the entire range of human knowledge as it then extended. It is well to remember in connection with this bequest that at the same time, or more correctly in 1300, the Academical Library of Oxford consisted of a few tracts kept in chests under St. Mary's Church. With the greatest book collector of this period, Richard de Bury, 1287 to 1345, the author of Philobiblon, unfortunately, we have little to do, as his book expeditions appear to have been confined almost entirely to foreign countries. He collected books from every source open to him, and wrote of his passion with a warmth of eloquence of which even Cicero might have been proud. His most important book transaction, which comes within the purview of the present volume, relates to the gift by an abbot of St. Albans of 4 volumes to de Bury, then clerk of the Privy Seal, viz. Terence, Virgil, Quintilian, and Hieronymus, against Rufinus. In addition to these, the abbot sold him 32 other books for £50 of silver. When de Bury became bishop, this gift troubled his conscience, and he restored several of the books which had come into his possession in a perfectly honest and legitimate manner, whilst others were secured from the bishop's executors. One of the volumes acquired in the latter manner is now in the British Museum. It is a large folio, MS, on the works of John Salisbury, and bears upon it a note to the effect that it was written by Simon, abbot of St. Albans, 1167 to 1183, and another to the following effect: Hunc librum venditum Domino Ricardo de Bury Episcopo Dunilmense emit Michael Abbas Sancti Albani ab executoribus predicte episcopi anno Domine millissimo circa puritificanum beate virginis. The catalogue of the library of the Benedictine Monastery of Christ Church, Canterbury, in the Cottonian Collection, British Museum, and printed for the first time at length in Edwards' Memoirs of Libraries, 122 to 235, is a remarkable list of the most extensive collection of books at that time in this country. It was formed at the end of the 13th and beginning of the 14th century. This library was well furnished with works in science and history, and particularly so with the classics, Aristotle, Cicero, Lucan, Plato, Suetonius, Seneca, Terence, and Virgil. The extreme probability is that London was the highway through which the greater part of this and other early libraries passed. If, early in the 15th century, the book hunter in London possessed few opportunities of purchasing books, he would have found several very good libraries which were open to his inspection. There was, for example, a very considerable collection in the Franciscan monastery, which once stood on the site now occupied by Christ's Hospital, Newgate Street. The first stone of this monastery was laid in October 1421, amid much pomp, by the then Lord Mayor, Sir Richard Whittington, who gave £400 in books. It was covered in before the winter of 1422, and completed in 3 years, and furnished with books. From Stowe's survey we learn that 100 marks were expended on the transcription of the works of Nicholas de Lyra, to be chained in the library, and of which cost John Frenzel remitted 20 shillings. One of the chained books, the Lectures of Hostiensis, cost 5 marks. From another source we learn that a Carmelite friar named John Walden bequeathed to this library as many manuscripts as were worth 2,000 pieces of gold. Anthony A. Wood refers to the oft-repeated charge of the book covetousness of the mendicant friars, which in fact was carried to such an extreme that wise men looked upon it as an injury to laymen, who therefore found it difficulty to get any books. Of the same period there is a very curious anecdote in Rymer's Foedera about taking off the duty upon 6 barrels of books sent by a Roman cardinal to the prior of the conventual church of St. Trinity, Norwich. These barrels, which lay at the custom-house, were imported duty-free. Neither the book-hunger of the mendicant friars, nor the difficulties which surrounded the importation of books, appears to have militated greatly against the growing passion. We have the name, and only the name, of a very famous book-hunter, John of Boston, of the first decade of the 15th century, whose labors, however, have been completely blotted out of existence by the dispersed monasteries. But there were many other collectors whose memories have been handed down to us in a more tangible form, even if their collections of books are almost as abstract and indefinite as that of John of Boston. During the first quarter of the 15th century, we have quite a considerable little group of royal book collectors. Henry IV, Henry V, and his brothers John, Duke of Bedford, and Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester. The last named was undoubtedly the most enthusiastic bibliophile of the 4, but whilst his extensive gifts of books to the University of Oxford may be said to have formed the foundation of the library there, they were in the following century destroyed by the mob. A few examples of his gifts are now preserved in the British Museum and at Oxford. His books were estimated at a very high figure, the value placed on 120 of them, out of a total of 600, being no less than £1,000. The memory of the Duke of Bedford's library is best perpetuated by the famous Bedford Missal, or Book of Hours, perhaps the most splendid example of 15th-century illustration. It is now in the British Museum, where it has been since 1852. The history of this missal, perhaps the most interesting in existence, is too well known to be dealt with here. Henry V was undoubtedly fond of books. Rymer refers to 2 petitions to the council after the king's death for the return of valuable books of history, borrowed by him of the Countess of Westmoreland and of the Priory of Christ Church, Canterbury, and not returned, though one of them had been directed to be delivered to its owner by the king's last will. The elegantly illuminated copy of Lydgate's History, Siege, and Destruction of Troy, 1513, in the Bodleian, is doubtless the copy which Lydgate gave to Henry V. At Cambridge there is the manuscript of a French translation of Cardinal Bonaventure's Life of Christ, with the note, "This was sometime King Henry V his book," etc. Henry VI does not appear to have cared for books, and it is not surprising, what with wars abroad and excessive taxation, plague and famine at home, that literary tastes received a severe check. We get several glimpses of the dearth of books. In the manuscript History of Eton College in the British Museum, the provost and fellows of Eton and Cambridge are stated, 25 Henry VI, to have petitioned the king that he would be pleased to order one of his chaplains, Richard Chester, to take to him such men as shall be seen to him expedient in order to get knowledge where such books for divine service may be found, paying a reasonable price for the same, and that the said men might have the choice of such books, ornaments, and other necessaries as now late were pertaining to the Duke of Gloucester, and that the king would particularly cause to be employed herein John Pye, his stationer of London. Book importation by the galleys that brought the produce of the East to London and Southampton had assumed very considerable proportions during the 15th century, but the uncertainties which attended it were not at all favorable to its full development. Book production was still progressing in the immediate neighborhood of London. At St. Albans, for example, over 80 were transcribed under Withampstead during this reign, a number which is peculiarly interesting when the degeneracy of the monasteries is remembered. Neither Edward IV nor Richard III seems to have availed himself of the increasing plenty of books. The library of the former was a very unimportant affair. From the wardrobe account of this king, 1480, we get a few highly interesting facts concerning bookbinding, gildings, and garnishing. For 6 ounces and 3/4 of silk to the laces and tassels for garnishing of diverse books, price the ounce 14 pence, 7 shillings, 10 pence, 0 bob. For the making of 16 laces and 16 tassels, made of the said 6 ounces and 3 of silk, price in Great, 2 shillings, 7 pence. These moneys were paid to Alice Claver, a silk woman, and again to Piers Bodwin, stationer, for binding, gilding, and dressing of a book called Titus Livius, 20 shillings. For binding, gilding, and dressing of a book of the Holy Trinity, 16 shillings. For binding, gilding, and dressing of a book called Froissart, 16 shillings. For binding, gilding, and dressing of a book called the Bible, 16 shillings. For binding, gilding, and dressing of a book called Le Gouvernement of Kings and Princes, 16 shillings. For binding and dressing of the 3 small books of Franche, price in Great, 6 shillings, 9 pence. For the dressing of 2 books, whereof one is called Le Fortress de Foy, and the other called the Book of Josephus, 3 shillings, 4 pence. And for binding, gilding, and dressing a book called the Bible Historial, 20 shillings. The only incident which calls for special mention in the 2 next short reigns is a law, 1 Richard III, 1483, by which it was enacted that if any of the printers or sellers of printed books, the great plenty of which came from beyond the sea, vend them at too high and unreasonable prices, then the Lord Chancellor, Lord Treasurer, or any of the Chief Justices of the one bench or the other were to regulate the prices. Book hunting after the introduction of printing. 1. The introduction of printing into this country by Caxton during the latter half of the 15th century had very little immediate effect on book collecting. The operations of the press were slow, its patrons few, and its work controlled by one man. The reproduction of manuscripts was essentially a slow process, but when these transcriptions were finished, they rarely failed to find a purchaser. Caxton, like Swainheim and Penartz at Subiaco, soon learned the seriousness of overprinting an edition. Collectors were few, and the introduction of printing did not very materially add to their number. London, however, soon became a recognized center of the trade in books, and Henry VII patronized, in his curious fashion, the collecting of them. He read, according to Bacon, most books that were of any worth in the French tongue, and one of the most commendable actions of this king was the purchase of the noble series of vellum copies of the works printed at Paris by Antoine Vérard, now in the British Museum, an act by which he may be said to have laid the foundation of our great national library. The value of books at this period is not without interest, but we must confine ourselves to 1 or 2 facts relating to Caxton's books. At his death in 1492, a copy of the Golden Legend was valued at 6 shillings 8 pence in the books of the Westminster Churchwarden. From a note by Dibdin, it would seem that the price of Caxton's towards the end of the reign of Henry VII was as follows. Godfrey of Bologna, imperfect, 2 shillings. Virgil's Aeneid, perfect, 12 pence. Fate of Arms and Chivalry, perfect, 2 shillings 8 pence. Chastising of God's Children, 8 pence. Henry VIII was undoubtedly a book lover as well as a book collector. He established a library at St. James's, but perhaps it is rather as a book disperser that Henry is entitled to notice in this place. The dissolution of the monasteries is the genesis of book collecting in London. The first move in this respect is entitled An Act that all religious houses under the yearly revenue of £200 shall be dissolved and given to the king and his heirs, and is dated 1535. 27 Henry VIII, cap 28 to 134. The second is dated 1539. Whatever advantages in a general way the dissolution of the monasteries may have had, its consequences, so far as regards the libraries, which the monks considered as among their most cherished possessions, were disastrous beyond measure. Indeed, we have no conception of our losses. Addressing himself to Edward VI in 1549, John Bale, afterwards Bishop of Ossory, who had but little love for popery of any description, writes in this strain, Avarice was the other dispatcher which hath made an end both of our libraries and books, to the no small decay of the commonwealth. A great number of them who purchased those superstitious mansions, monasteries, reserved of these library books, some to scour their candlesticks, and some to rub their boots. Some they sold to the grocers and soap sellers, and some they sent oversea to the bookbinders, not in small numbers, but at times whole ships full, to the wondering of the foreign nations. Yea, the universities of this realm are not all clear in this detestable fact. But cursed is that belly which seeketh to be fed with so ungodly gains, and so deeply shameth his natural country. I know a merchantman, which shall at this time be nameless, that bought the contents of 2 noble libraries for 40 shillings price. A shame it is to be spoken. This stuff hath he occupied in the stead of grey paper by the space of more than these 10 years, and yet he hath store enough for as many years to come. Our posterity may well curse this wicked fact of our age, this unreasonable spoil of England's most noble antiquities, unless they be stayed in time. Fuller, in his Church History of Britain, quotes Bale's lamentation and adds his own testimony on the same subject. As brokers in Long Lane, when they buy an old suit, buy the linings together with the outside, so it was considered meet that such as purchased the buildings of monasteries should in the same grant have the libraries, the stuffing thereof, conveyed unto them. And now these ignorant owners, so long as they might keep a ledger book or terrier by direction thereof to find such straggling acres as belong unto them, they cared not to preserve any other monuments. The covers of books, with curious brass bosses and clasps, intended to protect, proved to betray them, being the baits of covetousness. And so many excellent authors, stripped out of their cases, were left naked, to be buried or thrown away. What soul can be so frozen as not to melt into anger thereat? What heart, having the least spark of ingenuity, is not hot at this indignity offered to literature? I deny not but that in this heap of books there was much rubbish, legions of lying legends, good for nothing but fuel, volumes full fraught with superstition, which, notwithstanding, might be useful to learned men, except any will deny apothecaries the privilege of keeping poison in their shop when they can make antidotes of them. But beside these, what beautiful Bibles, rare fathers, subtle schoolmen, useful historians, ancient, middle, modern, what painful comments were here amongst them, what monuments of mathematics all massacred together, seeing every book with a cross was condemned for popish, with circles for conjuring. The calamities bewailed in such picturesque language by Bale and Fuller would have been much more serious but for the labors of one of our earliest antiquaries and book lovers, John Leland. The laborious journey and search of Johann Leland for England's antiquities, given of him as a New Year's gift to King Henry VIII in the 32nd year of his reign, 1549, is a remarkable publication of great interest to the book hunter and the antiquary. But the fruits of Leland's researches cannot now be fully known, for he was too intent on accumulating material to draw up an adequate inventory. Much that he preserved from destruction is now in the British Museum, and some is in the Bodleian at Oxford. Some of the fragments which he had saved from the general destruction had been placed in the king's own library in Westminster. The dissolution of monasteries had among its many effects the creation, so to speak, of a large number of collectors. One of the most famous of the early 16th century collectors, Sir Thomas More, however, died in 1535 before he could have availed himself of the many treasures scattered to all quarters of the earth. Dibdin records a bibliomaniacal anecdote which is well worth repeating here, as it shows how More's love of books had infected even those who came to seize upon him to carry him to the Tower, and to endeavour to inveigle him into treasonable expressions. While Sir Richard Southwell and Mr. Palmer were busy in trussing up his books, Mr. Rich pretending, etc., whereupon Mr. Palmer, on his deposition, said that he was so busy about the trussing up Sir Thomas More's books in a sack that he took no heed of their talk. Henry, Earl of Arundel, was not slow to seize upon the advantages which the dissolution placed before everyone. At Nonsuch in Surrey he formed a library, which is described in a biography of him written shortly after his death as right worthy of remembrance. Besides his numerous manuscripts and printed books, he acquired a considerable portion of the library of Cranmer, which was dispersed at the death of the Archbishop. His books passed to his son-in-law, Lord Lumley, at whose decease they were purchased by Henry, Prince of Wales, and are now in the British Museum. The Earl of Arundel's books are handsomely bound, and are known by his badge of the white horse and oak branch, which generally occurs on the covers. In Jeremy Collier's Ecclesiastical History, Volume 2, 307, we get a glimpse of book matters in London in the middle of the 16th century. At the end of February 1550, we learn that the Council Book mentions the king's sending a letter for the purging of the library at Westminster. The persons are not named, but the business was to cull out all superstitious books as missals, legends, and such like, and to deliver the garniture of the books, either gold or silver, to Sir Anthony Archer. These books were many of them plated with gold and silver and curiously embossed. This, as far as we can collect, was the superstition that destroyed them. Here avarice had a very thin disguise, and the courtiers discovered of what spirit they were to a remarkable degree. Here is another picture of an almost contemporaneous event, equally vivid in its suggestiveness. John Tyndale, the translator's brother, and Thomas Patmore, merchants, were condemned to do penance by riding with their faces to their horses' tails, with their books fastened thick about them, pinned or tacked to their gowns or cloaks, to the Standard in Cheap, and there, with their own hands, to fling them into the fire, kindled on purpose to burn them. As a book-collecting period, the 16th century, from the accession of Henry VIII, when books became the organs of the passions of mankind, to the death of Elizabeth, is full of intense interest. The old order had changed. The world itself had made an entirely fresh start. Men and events of the previous 2 or 3 centuries were almost as unique then as they are today, and perhaps in many respects they were infinitely less clearly understood. As the century grew in age, so the number of book collectors increased. The hobby became first a passion with the few, and then the fashion with the many. Henry VIII was perhaps a passive rather than an active collector, with a distinct leaning in favor of beautiful books. His 3 children who followed him on the throne of England were collectors of books, and the majority of their purchases must have been made in London. Many of these books have, at some time or other, drifted from private hands into the sale rooms, but perhaps the majority of those now existing are to be found within the walls of our public institutions. For example, at the sale of Dr. Askew's manuscripts in 1775, a very interesting item was purchased by a Mr. Jackson, a Quaker, and a dealer in wine and spirits, with whom book collecting was a passion. The manuscript proved to be in the handwriting of Edward VI. It was in French, and dealt with his opinion of his right to the title of supreme head of the Church. At Jackson's sale, the manuscript became the property of the British Museum. As another illustration, we may refer to the copy of the Flores Historiarum per Mattheum Westmonasteriensum, etc., 1570, in the British Museum Crutcherode collection, which is the identical one presented by Archbishop Parker, by whose authority it was published, to Queen Elizabeth. It afterwards fell into the hands of Francis, Earl of Bedford, who bequeathed it, with the furniture of a little study, to his secretary. It was subsequently in the possession of Ritson. And yet again, in the Eton College Library, there is a copy of the Missal Romanum, printed at Paris by Hardouin, 1530, which belonged to Mary, with a sentence in her handwriting. This volume afterwards came into the possession of Mary of Este, Queen of James II, and subsequently into the hands of a London bookseller, from whom it was purchased for 53 shillings by Bishop Fleetwood and presented to the college library. Indeed, a large volume might be compiled on the Adventures of Some Famous Books. Interesting and important as is the phase of book collecting which relates to royal personages, it falls into insignificance beside that of men who have achieved greatness through their own abilities. The books collected by Thomas Cranmer, for example, quite overshadow in interest anything which the whole reign of the Tudors could produce. It has been well said that his knowledge of books was wide, and his opportunities for acquiring them unrivalled. Cranmer was a generous collector, for his library was quite open for the use of learned men. Latimer spent many an hour there, and has himself told us that he met with a copy of Dionysius in my Lord of Canterbury's library. We have already seen that many of Cranmer's books passed into the possession of the Earl of Arundel, but many were conveyed and stolen away. Cranmer's books have found an enthusiastic historian in Prebendary Burbage, who has almost rehabilitated the great ecclesiastic's library in the first part of Mr. Quaritch's Dictionary of English Book Collectors. Another book collector of a very different type was amassing an extensive library at a somewhat later period than Cranmer. Dr. Dee, the famous necromancer, had collected 4,000 volumes, printed and unprinted, bound and unbound, valued at £2,000, of which 1 Greek, 2 French, and 1 High Dutch volumes of manuscripts alone were worth £533. It occupied 40 years to form this library. Most of his books passed into the possession of Elias Ashmole, who was another collector with an insatiable appetite, and now form a part of the Ashmolean Museum. Some of Dee's singular manuscripts were found, long after his death, in the secret drawer of a chest, which had passed through many hands undiscovered. Reverting for a moment to Ashmole, he himself tells us that he gave 5 volumes of Mr. Dugdale's works to the Temple Library, and further, "My first boatful of books which were carried to Mrs. Tradescant's were brought back to the Temple." In May 1667, he bought Mr. John Booker's Study of Books, and gave £140 for them. In 1681, he bought Mr. Lilly's Library of Books of his widow for £50. A very distinguished book collector of the Elizabethan period was Sir Francis Drake, the great admiral. It did not seem to be at all known that the distinguished naval hero was also a bibliophile until 1883, when the collection of books was brought from the old residence of the Drakes, Nutwell Court, Limstone, Devon, to Sotheby's. The sale comprised 1,660 lots, representing several thousand volumes, the total being £3,276, 17 shillings, 6 pence. It was especially rich in books and old tracts of the early 17th century relating to the English voyages to America, and some of these realized very high figures. Although the library was undoubtedly founded by Drake, it was evidently continued by his descendants. Bacon, Baron of Verulam, was a distinguished book collector, as the shelves of his chambers in Gray's Inn would have testified. Archbishop Parker, than whom a more determined book-fancier never existed in Great Britain, and Gabriel Harvey, the friend of Spenser, and the object of Tom Nash's withering scorn, were among the most inveterate book collectors of Elizabethan London. Had Harvey, whose books usually contain his autograph on the title page, and not a few of which were given him by Spencer, studied his books less, and the proper study of mankind a little more, he might have shown his talents off to a better advantage than in his conflicts with Nash. In the Bodleian there is a set of old tales and romances, which Spencer lent Harvey, taking as a hostage, apparently, Harvey's copy of Lucian in 4 volumes. Harvey had a very poor opinion of such foolish books, but he does not seem to have returned them to their rightful owner. The fire which destroyed Ben Jonson's manuscripts undoubtedly consumed many of his printed books, but examples from his library with Sum Ben Jonson inscribed are sometimes met with. Shakespeare may have had a library, but we have no evidence that he possessed even a copy of his own plays in quarto. The Elizabethan poets and dramatists were prodigious contributors to the press, but very poor patrons of booksellers. From various sources we get some highly colored and unflattering pictures of the typical booksellers of the period. Tom Nash has limned for us a vivid little portrait in Pierce Penniless, 1592, in which he declares that if he were to paint sloth, "I swear that I would draw it like a stationer that I know, with his thumb under his girdle, who, if ever a man came to his stall to ask him for a book, never stirs his head or looks upon him, but stands stone still and speaks not a word, only with his little finger points backward to his boy, who must be his interpreter. And so all day, gaping like a dumb image, he sits without motion, except at such times as he goes to dinner or supper, for then he is as quick as other 3, eating 6 times every day." 2. From start to finish, the Stuart dynasty ruled England for close on 3/4 of a century. That book collecting should have existed at all under it is a marvel. But the hobby no longer depended upon the patronage of courts and courtiers. From the wise fool, James I, to the foolish fool, the second James, collectors pursued their hobby in London and out of it. James I began to collect books at a very early age, and a list of his library was published for the first time in the Athenaeum in 1893. It has, however, but little interest to us in this place, for doubtless most of the books were imported into Scotland from the great book centre, Paris. The library which he acquired after his accession to the throne of England is of little consequence, for he was not the person to purchase books when he had the means, and doubtless many of his bookish possessions were gifts. In the library at Eton College there is his copy of Captain John Smith's History of Virginia, 1624, which was rescued by Storer from a dirty bookseller's shop in Derby, and the existence of many others might be traced. It is certain that he gave them shabby coverings and scribbled idle notes on their margins. Had his son Henry lived, he might have developed into a respectable book collector. We know for certain that he paid a Frenchman that presented a book £4 10s, and that he paid Mr. Holyoake for writing a catalogue of the library which the Prince had of Lord Lumley, £8 13s 4d. Charles II, like his forebears, was not a book buyer, and so far as he is concerned we must content ourselves with repeating a little anecdote after Dibdin, who refers to an old and not incurious library at Workingham in Suffolk, where there was a very fine ruled copy of Hayes's Bible, published at Cambridge, 1674, in 2 volumes folio. On the flyleaf it contains the following memorandum. N.B. This Bible belonged to K. Charles II, and was given to him by Duke Lauderdale, and sold by auction with the rest of his books. In a comparatively modern hand below is written in pencil, "Hark ye, my friends, that on this Bible look, marvel not at the fairness of the book. No soil of fingers, nor such ugly things. Expect to find, sirs, for it was the king's." The most distinguished metropolitan book collector of the period was Sir Robert Cotton, who began as early as 1588, and who had assistance from such antiquaries as William Camden and Sir Henry Spelman. This library, after being closed on account of the treasonable character of the documents contained in it, passed into the possession of Cotton's son, Sir Thomas, whose house was almost adjoining Westminster Hall. Anthony a Wood gives a curious account of a visit he paid it, when he found its owner practicing on the lute. The key of the library was in the possession of one Pearson, who lodged with a bookseller in Little Britain. Wood was forced to walk thither, and much ado there was to find him. This library was removed to Essex Street, and again back to Westminster to Ashburnham House in Little Dean's Yard, where it suffered greatly from a fire in 1731, and what remains of it is now in the British Museum. Sir Thomas Bodley was another collector, but few of his accumulations appear to have come from London. The extraordinary collection of pamphlets got together by Tomlinson and now stored in the British Museum is too well known to need more than a passing reference. It is not so generally known that Narcissus Luttrell was a very voracious collector of broadsides, tracts, and so forth. To nearly every one of the items he affixed the price he paid for it. In 1820, at the Bindley sale, this extraordinary collection, ranging in date from 1640 to 1688, and comprising 12 volumes, realized the then large amount of £781. Sir Julius Caesar, Master of the Rolls under James I, was a book collector of the right sort, and his box of charming little editions of the classics, with which he used to solace himself on a journey, is now in the safe-keeping of the British Museum. Sir Julius was born in 1557 and died in April 1636. He possessed a fine collection of highly interesting manuscripts, which had the narrowest possible escape from being destroyed at the latter part of the last century. The collection was rescued in time by Samuel Paterson, the auctioneer, and is now in the British Museum. Robert Burton, the author of The Anatomy of Melancholy, was, like Luttrell, also a great collector of tracts, and his library, now in the Bodleian, is peculiarly rich in historical, political, and poetical pamphlets, and in miscellaneous accounts of murders, monsters, and accidents. He seems to have purchased and preserved a copy of everything that came out. "There is no nation," says Johnson, "in which it is so necessary as in our own to assemble the small tracts and fugitive pieces. The writers of these frequently have opportunities of inquiring from living witnesses, and of copying their representations from the life, and preserve a multitude of particular incidents which are forgotten in a short time, or omitted in formal relations, and yet afford light in some of the darkest scenes of state. From pamphlets," says the same writer, "are to be learned the progress of every debate and of every opinion." And he compares the impression produced on the mind of him who shall consult these tracts, and of another that refers merely to formal historians, to the difference of him who hears of a victory and him who sees the battle. Archbishop Laud collected from far and wide. John Selden, like Laud, had a distinct weakness for learned books, and consequently could have found little to satisfy his cravings in London. Selden, when disturbed, put his spectacles into the book he was busy with by way of marking the place, and after his death numbers of volumes were found with these curious bookmarkers. John Felton, who murdered Buckingham, was also a book collector in a small way. In Lilly's catalogue for 1863 there was a copy of Peacham's Complete Gentleman, 1622, with the following on the fly-leaf: John Felton, 22 die Junii, 1622. A few glances at this point at the more material phases of book collecting may not be without interest. The following is one of the earliest booksellers' statements of accounts with which we are acquainted. It was rendered to the Right Honourable the Lord Conway on May 31st, 1638, by Henry Siley, whose shop was at the sign of the Tiger's Head, Fleet Street. 1 Nash's How Are You to Saffron Walden, 1 Green's Arcadia, 1 Farewell to Folly, 1 Tully's Love, 1 Lady Fitzwater's Nightingale, 1 Mammalia, 1 Never Too Late, 1 Groatsworth of Wit, 1 Mourning Garment, 1 Piers Penniless Supplication. These 9 books were delivered to your lordship at X's. In a letter addressed to Evelyn by Dr. Cosin, afterwards Bishop of Durham, during his exile, and dated July 18, 1651, we get a delightful glimpse of 2 book lovers doing a deal. Mr. Evelyn was apparently a man who could drive a bargain with Hebraic shrewdness. "Truly, sir," expostulated mildly the excited ecclesiastic, "I thought I had prevented any further motion of abatement by the large offer that I made to you. If you consider their number, I desire you would be pleased to consider likewise that they are a choice number, and a company of the best selected books among them all. There is in your note Pliny's Natural History in English, priced at 36 shillings, which is worth £3. Camden's Errors, priced at 5 shillings, 6 pence, for which I have seen £1 given. Paulus Jovius at £1, which sells now in Paris at 4 pistoles. And Paul Virgil at 10 shillings, which sells here for £10. William of Malmesbury at 15 shillings, for which they demand here £30, and Acer Menev, etc., at 14 shillings, which they will not part with here nor elsewhere abroad for £20. It is highly probable that the book market was never so bad in London as during this period, for, in addition to the above illustration, and at about the same time, Isaac Vossius came over to this country with a quantity of literary property, some of which had belonged to his learned father, in the hopes of selling it. But he carried them back into Holland, where a quicker mercate was expected. 3. Sic transit gloria mundi might well be the motto of a history of book collectors, for in by far the majority of cases great private libraries have been formed in one generation by genuine bookworms, only to be scattered in the next by needy legatees or in consequence of impoverished estates. There can be no doubt that several famous libraries have derived their origin from the mere vanity of emulating a fashionable pursuit. Into this matter, however, it is not necessary for us to enter, except to hazard the suggestion that if the money had not been spent in that direction, it would doubtless have been squandered in some less worthy and enduring manner. One of the most interesting and valuable contributions to the history of private collections of the 17th century is embedded in the long and entertaining letter which John Evelyn addressed to Mr. Pepys in August 1689. This letter is so accessible that it may seem superfluous to quote any part of it, but a few of the leading points are necessary to the proper sequence of our story. The Bishop of Ely has a very well-stored library, but the very best is what Dr. Stillingfleet has at Twickenham, 10 miles out of town. Our famous lawyer, Sir Edward Coke, purchased a very choice library of Greek and other manuscripts, which were sold him by Dr. Merrick Casaubon, son of the learned Isaac, and these, together with his delicious villa, Durden's, came into the possession of the present Earl of Berkeley from his uncle Sir Robert Cook. I have heard that Sir Henry Savile was master of many precious manuscripts, and he is frequently celebrated for it by the learned Valesius. Almost in every page of that learned man's annotations on Eusebius, and the ecclesiastical historians published by him. The late Mr. Hales of Eton had likewise a very good library, and so had Dr. Cosin, late Bishop of Durham, and afterwards of Durham, a considerable part of which I had agreed with him for myself during his exile abroad, as I can show under his own hand. But his late daughter, since my Lady Garrett, thought I had not offered enough, and made difficulty in delivering them to me till near the time of his Majesty's restoration, and after that the Dean, her father, becoming Bishop of that opulent see, bestowed them on the library there. But the Lord Primate Usher was inferior to none I have named among the clergy for rare manuscripts, a great part of which, being brought out of Ireland and left his son-in-law, Sir Timothy Tyrrell, was disposed of to give bread to that incomparable prelate during the late fanatic war. Such as remained yet at Dublin were preserved, and by a public purse restored and placed in the college library of that city. I forbear to name the late Earl of Bristol's and his kinsman's, Sir Kenelm Digby's libraries of more pomp than intrinsic value, as chiefly consisting of modern poets, romances, chimical and astrological books. As for those of Sir Kenelm, the catalogue was printed, and most of them sold in Paris, as many better have lately been in London. The Duke of Lauderdale's, 27A, is yet entire, choicely bound, and to be sold by a friend of mine, to whom they are pawned. But it comes far short of his relations, the Lord Maitland's, which was certainly the noblest, most substantial, and accomplished library that ever passed under the spear, and heartily it grieved me to behold its limbs, like those of the chaste Hippolytus, separated and torn from that so well chosen and compacted a body. The Earl of Anglesea's, and several others since, by I know not what invidious fate, passed the same fortune to whatever influence and constellation now reigning malevolent to books and libraries, which can portend no good to the future age. It is interesting to note that of the several libraries enumerated by Evelyn, 3 have become, partly or wholly, public property. That of Dr. John Moore, Bishop of Ely, was purchased after his death by George I for £6,000, and presented to the University of Cambridge, where it now is. 27B. Evelyn himself was, as will have been gathered, an ardent book collector. He began forming a library very early in life, whilst that of his brother came to him by bequest. At the time of his death he had a very extensive collection of books at Wotton, which has been considerably augmented by his successors. In the early part of the present century, William Upcott, of the London Institution, drew up a complete catalogue. Upcott's appearance on the scene synchronized with the disappearance of a number of volumes from the Evelyn Library. It has been suggested that Lady Evelyn presented them to him, or something of that sort, although the circumstance has never been officially explained. Certain it is that a large number of books formerly in the possession of the diarist have at times appeared in the auction-room. The most important which occurred during the last few years are 2 beautifully written manuscripts, the work of Richard Hoare, one having the title Instructions Economiques, 1648, with a dedication to the present mistress of my youth, the hopeful companion of my riper years, and the future nurse of my old age, Mrs. May Evelyn, my dear wife, etc. The second was a book of Private Devotions, 1650. Evelyn was also unfortunate in his lifetime, inasmuch as the Duke of Lauderdale came to my house under pretence of a visit, but in reality to borrow, for a few days, certain valuable manuscripts, which this aristocratic thief never returned. So, too, he lent Burnet a quantity of manuscript material for his History of the Reformation, which, like other borrowed books, never came back. A large number of first editions of the works of J. Evelyn, together with some books from his library, illustrated with his autograph notes, occurred in the sale of the library of the late Arthur Davis of Deptford and East Farley, July 1857, many of which were doubtless purloined at some time or other. Of all the 17th-century book collectors, perhaps the most interesting is that other diarist, Samuel Pepys. Samuel was not a man of great learning, but his wit, his knowledge of the world, and his humanity were unbounded. He welcomed almost anything in the shape of a book, from a roguish French novel to a treatise on medals, from a loose restoration play to a maritime pamphlet, and from lives of the saints to books on astrology or philosophy. Not a great man, perhaps, but one of the most delightful and entertaining that one could wish. The secretary's diary is full of allusions to men and events of bookish interest, and gives frequent illustrations of his amiable passion for book collecting. Fortunately, we have not to grope in the dark to get an accurate portrait of the genial Samuel as a book collector, for his entire library is preserved, almost in the same state as he left it, at Magdalen College, Oxford, as curious a medley of the grave and gay as any person of Catholic tastes could wish for. The library consists of almost 3,000 volumes, preserved in 11 mahogany bookcases. The books are all arranged in double rows, the small ones in front being sufficiently low to permit of the titles of the back row of larger ones being easily read. The library is a remarkably accurate reflection of the tastes of the founder. In addition to what is termed ordinary useful books, there are many rarities, including no less than 9 Caxtons and several from the press of Wynkyn de Worde and Pinson. The celebrated collection of ballads, commenced by Selden and continued by Pepys, is second only in importance to the famous Roxburgh collection now in the British Museum. The manuscripts of various kinds form a very valuable part of this celebrated collection. John Bagford, the biblioclast, 1675 to 1716, also finishes us, like Evelyn, with a list of book collectors who were contemporaneous with him. Besides Bishop Moore, already mentioned, there were Sir Hans Sloane, Lords Carbery, Duke of Kent, Pembroke, Somers, Sunderland, and Halifax. Among the commoners who emulated their betters were Messrs. Huckle, Chichley, Bridges, Walter Clavel, Rawlinson, Slaughter, Topham, Wainley, Captain Hatton, Right Honourable Secretary Harley, and Dr. Salmon, whose collection is said to have consisted of 1,700 folios. Edwards, in his most valuable work on libraries, mentions yet a third list, which is anonymous, and is apparently almost contemporaneous with Bagford's. The list is introduced with the remark that the laudable emulation which is daily increasing amongst the nobility of England, vying with each other in the curiosities and other rich furniture of their respective libraries, gives cheerful hope of having the long-hidden monuments of ancient times raised out of their present dust and rubbish, and then makes special mention of the libraries of the Duke of Kent, Lords Derby, Denbigh, Longueville, Willoughby de Broke, Sunderland, Somers, and Halifax. When good Mr. Evelyn described Sir Kenelm Digby's library as of more pomp than intrinsic value, and as chiefly consisting of modern poets, romances, chemical and astrological books, he did not contemplate the future possibility of such despised trifles becoming fashionable and in greater request than the accumulations of the collectors to whom the classics were daily food. As Edwards has pointed out, the portion which Digby gave to the Bodleian was in reality the fruit of the researches of his tutor, Thomas Allen. The portion which was of his own collecting, and consequently the only portion which accurately mirrored his own tastes, he took with him to France when driven into exile. When he died there, it apparently passed into the possession of Digby, Earl of Bristol, on whose account it was sold in London in 1680, 15 years after its owner's death. The catalogue enumerated 3,878 items, of which 69 were manuscripts, the total of the sale being £904, 4 shillings. Among the most famous of the 17th-century collectors were the two brothers Francis, Baron Guilford, Lord Keeper, 1637 to 1685, and Dr. John North, Master of Trinity College, 1645 to 1683. Of these two, there are some very entertaining facts in Roger North's Lives of the Norths, 1742 to 44. Dr. John North, we are told, very early in his career began to look after books and to lay the foundation of a competent library, buying at one lift a whole set of Greek classics in folio, in best editions. This sunk his stock of money for the time, but afterwards for many years of his life all that he could, as they say, rap or run went the same way. But the progress was small, for such a library as he desired compared with what the pittance of his stock would purchase, allowing many years to the gathering, was of desperate expectation. He courted, as a fond lover, all best editions, fairest characters, best bound and preserved. He delighted in the small editions of the classics by Seb Griffius and divers of his acquaintance, meeting with any of them, bought and brought them to him, which he accepted as choice presents, although perhaps he had one or two of them before. His soul was never so staked down as in an old bookseller's shop. He was for the most part his own factor, and seldom or never bought by commission, which made him lose time in turning over vast numbers of books, and he was very heartily pleased at last. I have borne him company in shops for many hours together, and minding him of the time, he hath made a dozen proffers before he would quit. By this care and industry, at length he made himself master of a very considerable library, wherein the choicest collection was Greek. At his death, the collection came to his brother, the Lord Keeper. As with Dr. John North, book-hunting was the consuming passion of the life of a very different man, Richard Smythe, or Smith, of whom there is a very fine and rare engraving by W. Sherwin, one of the secondaries or under-sheriffs from 1644 to 1655. Having sufficient wealth, he resigned his municipal appointment, which was worth £700 a year, in order to devote himself entirely to book-hunting. Anthony Wood describes him as infinitely curious and inquisitive after books, and states that he was constantly known every day to walk his rounds amongst the booksellers' shops, especially in Little Britain. Richard Chiswell, the bookseller who drew up a catalogue of Smith's books, which subsequently came into his possession en bloc, tells us that his skill and experience enabled him to make choice of such books that were not obvious to every man's eye. He lived in times which ministered peculiar opportunities of meeting with books that were not every day brought into public light, and few eminent libraries were bought where he had not the liberty to pick and choose. Hence arose, as that vast number of his books, so the choiceness and rarity of the greatest part of them, and that of all kinds and in all sorts of learning. This collection was sold by auction in May 1682, the catalogue of it occupying 404 closely printed pages in large quarto. There were 14 Caxtons, the aggregate produce of which was £3 4 shillings 7 pence, the Godfrey of Boulogne, selling for 18 shillings, being K. Edward the Fourth's own book, and the Book of Good Manners for 2 shillings, the highest price in the entire sale being given for Holinshed's Chronicle, with the addition of many sheets that were castrated, being not allowed to be printed, £7. Smith left an interesting and valuable obituary list of certain of his bibliopolic friends, which is reprinted in Willis's Current Notes, February 1853, one of whom, according to him, was buried at St. Bartholomew's, without wine or wafers, only gloves and rosemary. Dr. Francis Bernard, chief physician to James II, was an indefatigable book hunter, being a person who collected his books not for ostentation or ornament. He seemed no more solicitous about their dress than his own, and therefore you'll find that a gilt back or a large margin was very seldom an inducement for him to buy. 'Twas sufficient for him that he had the book. His library was sold in 1698, and realized the then enormous sum of £2,000. John Bridges of Lincoln's Inn, the historian of Northamptonshire, was a collector who read as well as bought books. His collection was sold at auction in 1726, when 4,313 lots realized £4,001. Robert Harley, Earl of Oxford, was a collector with comprehensive tastes and almost unlimited means. His collection is now in the British Museum, and is computed to have numbered about 26,000 volumes, on the binding of only a portion of which he is said to have expended £18,000, besides a mass of 350,000 pamphlets. Thomas Baker, 1625 to 1690, bequeathed a portion of his library to St. John's College, Cambridge, notwithstanding the fact that he was ejected therefrom. He was an unceasing collector, but his finances were scanty, and worst of all, he had to contend with collectors of greater wealth, or purse ability, as Bodley calls it. Writing to Humphrey Wanley, he says, "I begin to complain of the men of quality who lay out so much for books, and give such prices that there is nothing to be had for poor scholars, whereof I have found the effects. When I bid a fair price for an old book, I am answered, the quality will give twice as much, and so I have done. I have had much ado to pick up a few old books at tolerable prices, and despair of any more." About 2,000 of his books went to St. John's College, and the others were sold by auction, many bearing the inscription Thomas Baker, Socius Ejectus, etc. The library of another collector, who, like Baker, had more of the kicks than of the halfpence of this life, Thomas Hearne, 1678 to 1735, may be mentioned briefly in this paragraph, for both were men of great learning. Hearne's collection was sold in February 1736 by Osborne the bookseller, the lowest price being marked in each book. On the title page of the catalogue and beneath a poor portrait of Hearne is the well-known couplet, "Quoth time to Thomas Hearne, whatever I forget, you learn." Humphrey Dyson is another book collector of this period, and is described by Hearne as a very curious man in collecting books. The Wesleys were book lovers and readers, but have perhaps but little claim to rank as collectors per se. However, it is interesting to point out that Lilly's catalogue for 1863 included a copy of Purcell's Orpheus Britannicus, 1706, with an inscription on the flyleaf, C. Wesley, Jr., the valuable gift of his much-honored father. The Restoration poets, like those of the Elizabethan period, had a sufficiently hard fight to keep themselves in food. Books were luxuries which they could only venture to enjoy at long and uncertain intervals. Dryden and Congreve, however, appear to have been addicted to the pleasant pastime. An exceedingly interesting copy of Spenser's Works Folio, 1679, was once in the possession of Mr. F.S. Ellis. On the flyleaf occurred this note: "The corrections made in this book are of Mr. Dryden's own handwriting, J. Tonson." The volume occurred in an auction where its value was not detected. The corrections, Mr. Ellis states, extend through the whole of the volume and bear witness to the care and diligence with which Dryden had studied Spenser's poems. Several of the notes are in explanation of the text, but for the most part are careful and curious corrections of the text and press. The pedigree of this volume is well established by its having in the cover the bookplate of Thomas Barrett of Lee, celebrated by Dibdin as a bibliomaniacal and tasteful gentleman. Though Barrett died in 1757, his library was not dispersed till a few years since. Isaac Walton was a collector, and took the wise precaution of writing his autograph in each volume, as the very interesting score of examples now at Salisbury prove. His friend, Charles Cotton, of cheerful memory, was much more of a book collector, although from the Angler it would seem that his whole library was contained in his hall window. Like Walton, Cotton wrote his autograph in most of his books, which occur in the auction room at irregular intervals. The extent or variety of the Cotton correction may be gathered from the following epigram, which Sir Aston Cockayne wrote, 1658, to my cousin, Mr. Charles Cotton the Younger. De Avila, Bentivoglio, Guicciardin, and Machiavel, the subtle Florentine, in their originals I have read through, thanks to your library, and unto you, the prime historians of later times, at least, in the Italian tongue allowed the best. When you have more such books, I pray vouchsafe me their perusal, I'll return them safe. Yet for the courtesy, the recompense that I can make you will be only thanks. But you are noble-souled, and had much rather bestow a benefit than receive a favor. One of the most remarkable collections of books ever made by a private individual was that known as the Sunderland Library. It was formed not only in the short space of 12 years, but at a time when many books, now of almost priceless value and scarcely to be had at any price, were comparatively common and certainly not costly. Neither money nor pains was spared, and the bibliographical ardor of the founder soon began to be talked of in the bookshops of the chief cities of Europe. The founder, Charles, 3rd Earl of Sunderland, lived at Althorpe, his town-house being in Piccadilly, on the site of which the Albany now stands. At the latter place this library was lodged for several years. In Mackey's Journey Through England, 1724, Sunderland House is there described as being separated from the street of Piccadilly by a wall with large grown trees before the gate. The greatest beauty of this palace is the library, running from the house into the garden, and I must say is the finest in Europe, both for the disposition of the apartments and of the books. The rooms, divided into 5 apartments, are fully 150 feet long, with 2 stories of windows, and a gallery runs round the whole in the 2nd story for the taking down books. No nobleman in any nation hath taken greater care to make his collection complete, nor does he spare any cost for the most valuable and rare books. Besides, no bookseller in Europe hath so many editions of the same book as he, for he hath all, especially of the classics. The founder of this famous library died on April 19th, 1722. Evelyn has left a few very interesting facts concerning this collection. Under the date March 10th, 1695, we read, "I dined at the Earl of Sunderland's with Lord Spencer. My lord showed me his library, now again improved by many books bought at the sale of Sir Charles Scarborough, an eminent physician, which was the very best collection, especially of mathematical books, that was, I believe, in Europe, once designed for the King's Library at St. James's, but the Queen dying, who was the great patroness of the design, it was let fall, and the books were miserably dissipated." 4 years later, April 1699, we have another entry to the effect that Lord Spencer purchased an incomparable library, until now the property of "a very fine scholar, whom from a child I have known," whose name does not transpire, Hadrian Beverland, but in whose library were many rare books that were printed at the first invention of that wonderful art. In reference to Mackie's incidental allusion to the Earl of Sunderland's indifference to cost in forming his library, Wanley confirms this. Writing in December 1721, the diarist observes that the books in Mr. Freebairn's library in general went low, or rather at vile rates, through a combination of the booksellers against the sale. Yet some books went for unaccountably high prices, which were bought by Mr. Vaillant, the bookseller, who had an unlimited commission from the Earl of Sunderland. Among the items was an edition of Virgil, printed by Zarathus, circa 1475. It was noted that when Mr. Vaillant had bought the printed Virgil at £46, he huzza'd out loud and threw up his hat for joy that he had bought it so cheap. When this famous book collector died, Wanley observes that, "By reason of his decease some benefit may accrue to this library, Lord Oxford's, even in case his relations will part with none of his books. I mean by his raising the price of books no higher now, so that in probability this commodity may fall in the market, and any gentleman may be permitted to buy an uncommon old book for less than 40 or 50 pounds. The third son of this famous book collector, Charles, 5th Earl of Sunderland, and 2nd Duke of Marlborough, greatly enlarged the collection formed by his father, and it was removed to Blenheim probably in 1734. This famous library remained practically intact until it came under the hammer at Puttock and Simpson's, occupying 51 days in the dispersal at intervals from December 1st, 1881, to March 22nd, 1883, the total being £55,581 6 shillings. It is stated that the library originally cost about £30,000. Dr. David Williams, who from 1688 to the end of his life was minister of a Presbyterian congregation which met at Hand Alley, Bishopsgate Street, was a contemporary book collector and book hunter. His special line was theology, and his library, which absorbed that of Dr. Bates, once rector of St. Dunstan's in the East, is still preserved intact and is now, to a certain degree, a free library. Archbishop Tennyson was another great book hunter of this period, and his library was preserved more or less intact until 1861, when it was dispersed at Sotheby's under an order of the Charity Commissioners. The brothers Thomas and Richard Rawlinson were probably the most omnivorous collectors of the early part of the last century. Everything in the shape of a book was welcomed. The former, 1681 to 1725, whose C and P, collated and perfect, appears on the frontispiece, title page, or flyleaf of books, when he lived in Gray's Inn, had so filled his set of 4 rooms with books that he was obliged to sleep in the passage. He is said to be the original study for the 158th Tatler, in which Tom Folio and other Swadhistant scholars are trounced. He has a greater esteem for Aldous and Elzevir than for Virgil and Horace. It is very doubtful whether Addison, who wrote this particular Tatler, really had Thomas Rawlinson in mind, whom he describes as a learned idiot. Swift has declared that some know books as they do lords, learn their titles exactly, and then brag of their acquaintance. But neither description is applicable to Rawlinson, who, for all that, may have known much more about Aldous or the Elzevirs than about Virgil or Horace. With a pretty taste for epithets, in which our forefathers sometimes indulged, Hearn has defended his friend from Addison's sarcasms by declaring that the mistake could only have been made by a shallow buffoon. That Rawlinson was a bibliomaniac there can be no question, for if he had a score copies of one book, he would purchase another for the mere gratification of possessing it. When he removed to the large mansion in Aldersgate Street, which had been the palace of the bishops of London, and which he shared with his brother, the books still continued to be better lodged than their owner. He died at the comparatively early age of 44, as he had lived, among dust and cobwebs, in his bundles, piles, and bulwarks of paper. The catalogue of his huge mass of books was divided into 9 parts. The sale of the manuscripts alone occupied 16 days. Richard Rawlinson, died 1755, survived his brother 30 years, and continued to collect books with all his brother's enthusiasm, but without his sheer book greed. His manuscripts are at Oxford, and the extent and richness of his accumulations may be gathered from the fact that the collector laid nearly 30 libraries under contribution. His printed books were sold in 1756 by Samuel Baker, now Sotheby's, the sale occupying 49 days, and the total amounting to £1,155 1 shilling. A second sale included 20,000 pamphlets, and a third sale consisted of prints. Among the wisest and most distinguished book collectors of the first half of the last century is Dr. Richard Mead, 1673 to 1754, a physician by profession but a bibliophile by instinct, and whom Dr. Johnson described as having lived more in the broad sunshine of life than almost any other man. As Dr. Mead's fine library was picked up at Rome, it scarcely comes within our purview. But it may be mentioned that so long as this fine collection remained intact in London, it was, ipso facto, a free library. It was especially rich in the classics, sciences, and history. The first part was sold by Samuel Baker in 1754, and the second in the following year, the 6,592 lots occupying 57 days, the total of the books being £5,496 15 shillings. Dr. Mead's mantle descended to his great friend and pupil, Dr. Anthony Askew, 1722 to 1774, who had an exceedingly fine library. His career as a collector began in Paris in 1749, and nearly all his choicest treasures appear to have been gathered on the continent, and chiefly, it seems, by Joseph Smith, the English consul at Venice. Askew's first library was purchased by George III in 1762, and now forms an integral part of the British Museum. His subsequent accumulations were dispersed in 2 sections, the books in 1775 and the manuscripts 10 years later. We shall have occasion to refer again to the Askew sale. Dr. Richard Farmer appears to have imbibed his taste for book collecting from Askew, and became an indefatigable haunter of the London and country bookstalls, his special line being early English literature, then scarcely at all appreciated. It is stated that the collection, which cost him less than £500, realized when sold by auction by King in 1798 upwards of £2,000. Dr. Farmer is better remembered by posterity as a Shakespearean critic or commentator. He was a canon residentiary of St. Paul's, and appears to have had what Dibdin describes as his foragers, his jackals, and his avant-couriers, who picked up for him every item of interest in his particular lines. As becomes the true bibliophile, he was peculiarly indifferent to his dress, but he was a scholar of great abilities. A glance at a priced copy of his sale catalogue is enough to turn any book lover green with envy. For example, his copy of Richard Barnfield's Encomium of Lady Pecunia, or The Praise of Money, 1598, sold for 19 shillings, Malone being the purchaser. That copy is now in the Bodleian. In 1882, the Ouvry copy of the same book realized 100 guineas. A copy of Milton's Paradise Lost, 1667, with the first title page, sold for 11 shillings. A volume of 12 poems, chiefly printed by Wynkyn de Worde and Pynson, realized 25 guineas. Each item would probably realize the amount paid for the whole, should they again occur for sale, which is most unlikely. Both his friends, George Steevens and Isaac Reed, were equally zealous collectors, and each had a strong weakness for the same groove of collecting. The library of Steevens was sold, also by King, in 1800, and the 1,943 items realized £2,740, 15 shillings, whilst that of Reed, sold 7 years later, contained 8,957 articles and realized £4,387. Both Steevens and Isaac Reed call for a much more extended notice than is possible to give them here. Many of Steevens' books realized 20 times the amount which he paid for them. Steevens, who was born in 1736, resided in a retired house just on the rise of Hampstead Heath, so Dibdin tells us, the house being formerly known as the Upper Flask Tavern, to which Richardson sends Clarissa in one of her escapes from Lovelace. Here, as Dibdin further tells us, Steevens lived, embosomed in books, shrubs, and trees. His habits were indeed peculiar, not much to be envied or imitated, as they sometimes betrayed the flights of a madman, and sometimes the asperities of the cynic. His attachments were warm but fickle, both in choice and duration. Several of his letters are printed in Dibdin's Bibliomania, edition 1842, in which will also be found a long series of extracts from the sale catalogue of his library. There were nearly 50 copies of the first or early quartos of the Shakespearean plays, which were knocked down at prices varying from 5 shillings to, in a few instances, over £20. The first, second, third, and fourth folios realized £22, £18, 18 shillings, £8, 8 shillings, and £2, 12 shillings, 6 pence, respectively. Isaac Reed was in many ways a remarkable man. He was the son of a baker in the parish of St. Dunstan's in the West. Born in 1742, he commenced professional life as a solicitor, which he soon abandoned for the more congenial pursuit of literature. His knowledge of English literature was unbounded, and the dispersal of his remarkable library was one of the wonders of the year 1807. He was for over 40 years a diligent collector, and few days passed in that period which did not witness an addition to his library. He died at his chambers in Staple Inn. "I have been almost daily at a book auction," writes Malone. "The library of the late Mr. Reed, the last Shakespearean, except myself, where my purse has been drained as usual. But what I have purchased are chiefly books of my own trade. There is hardly a library of this kind now left, except my own and Mr. Bindley's, neither of us having the least desire to succeed the other in his peculiar species of literary wealth." From the Old to the New. 1. In few phases of human action are the foibles and preferences of individuals more completely imbricated than in that of book collecting. Widely different as were the book hunter's fancies at the beginning and at the end of the 18th century, Yet it would not be possible to draw a hard and fast line. For the greater part of that time, the classics of every description and of every degree of unimportance held their own. Reluctant, therefore, to abandon the chief stimulant of their earlier book-hunting careers, many collectors still took a keen interest in their primi pensieri. But their real passion found a vent in other and less beaten directions. In addition to this, during the 18th century, a large number of small working libraries were formed by men who used books. Henry Fielding, Goldsmith, Dr. Johnson, David Hume, Smollett, Gibbon, Pope, and many others are essentially figures in the history of book hunting in London, but they had neither the means nor, so far as we are aware, the inclination to indulge in book collecting as a mere fashionable hobby. Mr. Austin Dobson has lately published an interesting account of Fielding's library, in which he proves not only that Fielding had been a fervent student of the classics in his youth, and that he remained a voracious reader through life, but that he made good use of a large collection of Greek and Latin authors, which was sold at his death. The 18th century may be regarded as the Augustan age so far as book hunting in London is concerned. A large percentage of the most famous collections were either formed, or the collectors themselves were either born or died in that period. The Beckford and Hamilton, the Heber, the Sunderland, the Althorp, and the King's Library all had their origins prior to 1800. Richard Heber, 1773 to 1833, with all his vast knowledge, learning, and accomplishments, was a bibliomaniac in the more unpleasant sense of the word. No confirmed drunkard, no incurable opium-eater ever had less self-control than Heber had. To him, to see a book was to possess it. Cicero has said that the heart into which the love of gold has entered is shut to every other feeling. Heber was very wealthy, so that with him the love of books blinded him to almost everything else. He began to collect when at Oxford, chiefly classics, for the purpose of study. He is said to have caught the disease from Bindley, the veteran collector who began book hunting early in the last century. Having one day accidentally met with a copy of Henry Peacham's Valley of Variety, 1638, which professed to give rare passages out of antiquity, etc., he showed it to Bindley, who described it as rather a curious book. Why such an incident should have set Heber on his terrible career, history telleth not. Under the name of Atticus, Dibdin, who knew Heber well, has described him in this fashion. Atticus unites all the activity of De Witt and Loménie with the retentiveness of Magliabechi and the learning of Lalong. Yet Atticus doth sometimes sadly err. He has now and then an ungovernable passion to possess more copies of a book than there were ever parties to a deed, or stamina to a plant, and therefore I cannot call him a duplicate or a triplicate collector. But he atones for this by being liberal in the loan of his volumes. The learned and curious, whether rich or poor, have always free access to his library. Heber's own explanation of this plurality of purchase was cast somewhat in this fashion. Why, you see, sir, no man can comfortably do without 3 copies of a book. One he must have for his show copy, and he will probably keep it at his country house. Another he will require for his own use and reference, and unless he is inclined to part with this, which is very inconvenient, or risk the injury of his best copy, he must needs have a third at the service of his friends. The late Mr. Edward Solly was also a pluralist in the matter of books, and had even 6 or 7 copies of a large number of works. He justified himself on the plea that he liked to have one to read, one to make notes in, another with notes by a previous owner, one in a choice binding, a tall copy, a short ditto, and so forth. So far, however, as Heber is concerned, no one could be more generous than he in lending books. This might be proved from a dozen different sources, including the lengthy introduction to Richard Heber, Esquire, to the 6th canto of Scott's Marmion. But why such instances to you, who in an instant can renew your treasured hoards of various lore, and furnish 20,000 more? Hoards not like theirs, whose volumes rest like treasures in the Franchemont chest, while Gripple owners still refuse, to others what they cannot use. Give them the priest's whole century, they shall not spell you letters 3. Their pleasure in the book's the same, the magpie takes in pilfered gem. Thy volumes open as thy heart, delight, amusement, science, art, to every ear and eye impart. Yet who of all who thus employ them can, like their owner's self, enjoy them? In addition to this reference, Scott, in one of his letters, speaks of Heber the Magnificent, whose library and cellar are so superior to all others in the world. Frequent mention is made of Heber in the notes to the Waverley novels. At one period of his life, Heber was a member of Parliament, and throughout his career it seems that he found recreation from the sport of collecting in the sport of the fields. He has been known to take a journey of 400 or 500 miles to obtain a rare volume, fearful to trust to a mere commission. He bought by all methods, in all places, and at all times, a single purchase on one occasion being an entire library of 30,000 volumes. Curiously enough, he disliked large paper copies on account of the space they filled. When he died, he had 8 houses full of books, 2 in London, 1 in Oxford, and others at Paris, Brussels, Antwerp, and Ghent, besides smaller collections in Germany. When sold, the number of lots was 52,000, and of volumes about 147,000, and the total amount realized £50,000, or about 2/3 of the original expenditure. The sale, which commenced in 1834, lasted over several years, and the catalogue alone comprises 6 thick octavo volumes. He is described as a tall, strong, well-made man. Writing to Sir Egerton Brydges, the Reverend A. Dyce observes concerning Heber's death, "Poor man, he expired at Pimlico, 47a, in the midst of his rare property, without a friend to close his eyes, and from all I have heard I am led to believe that he died broken-hearted. He had been ailing some time, but took no care of himself, and seemed indeed to court death. Yet his ruling passion was strong to the last. The morning he died he wrote out some memoranda for Thorpe about books which he wished to be purchased for him." Fitzgerald, The Book Fancier, page 230. In noticing Scott's edition of Dryden, and in alluding to the help which Scott obtained from Heber and Bindley, the Edinburgh Review speaks of the two as gentlemen in whom the love of collecting, which is an amusement to others, assumes the dignity of a virtue, because it gives ampler scope to the exercise of friendship and of a generous sympathy with the common cause of literature. William Beckford, 1761 to 1844, and the 10th Duke of Hamilton, 1767 to 1852, for several reasons may be bracketed together as book collectors. Each was a remarkable man in several respects. William Beckford, the author of Vathek and the owner of Fonthill, was a universal collector. No less enthusiastic in amassing pictures and objects of art than books, he never scrupled to sell anything and everything except his books, which he dearly loved. A man who could draw eulogy from Byron could not have been an ordinary person. Fonthill and its treasures were announced for sale in September 1822, the auctioneer being James Christie, the catalogue being in quarto size and comprising 95 pages. The auction, however, did not take place, but the collection was sold en masse to Mr. John Farquhar for £330,000. Beckford reserving, however, some of his choicest books, pictures, and curiosities. In the following year the whole collection was dispersed by Phillips, the auctioneer, the sale occupying 37 days. With the money he received from Farquhar, Beckford purchased annuities and land near Bath. He united 2 houses in the Royal Crescent by a flying gallery extending over the road, and his dwelling became one vast library. He added to his collection up to his last days, and obtained many books at Charles Nodier's sale. Beckford was one of the greatest book enthusiasts that ever lived. His passion was more particularly for Aldines and other early books bearing the insignia of celebrities, such as Francis I, Henri Etienne, and Detot, and especially of choice old Morocco bindings by Dessoy, Pataloup, and de Rome. He was especially strong in Old French and Italian books, generically classified as facii. Beckford would read for days and weeks at a stretch, with no more recreation than an occasional ride. That he read his books there is ample testimony, for at his sale one lot comprised 7 folio volumes of transcripts from the autograph notes written by him on the fly leaves of the various works in his library. For example, to the copy of Peter Beckford's Familiar Letters from Italy, 1805, he concludes 5 pages of notes with, "This book has at least some merit. The language is simple, an ill-natured person might add, and the thoughts not less so." In Brobridge's Fruits of Experience, 1824, he writes, "They who like hogwash, and there are amateurs for anything, will not turn away disappointed or disgusted with this book, but relish the stale, trashy anecdotes it contains, and gobble them up with avidity." After Beckford's death, Henry G. Bond offered £30,000 for the whole library, but Beckford's second daughter, who married the Duke of Hamilton, refused to sanction the sale. It, however, came under the hammer at Sotheby's, 1881 to 1884, in 4 parts of 12 days each, the net result being £73,551, 18 shillings. The 10th Duke of Hamilton was one of the most distinguished bibliophiles of his time, and commenced purchasing whilst yet Marquis of Douglas. A large portion of his library was collected in Italy and various parts of the continent, whilst the collection of Greek and Latin manuscripts which he obtained when on a diplomatic mission to Russia formed an unrivalled series of monuments of early art. In 1810 he married Susanna Beckford, and at her father's death the whole of his splendid library came into his possession. The 2 collections, however, were kept quite distinct. The Hamilton collection of printed books was sold at Sotheby's in May 1884, the 8 days realizing £12,892, 12 shillings, 6 pence. The most important feature of the library, however, was the magnificent collection of manuscripts which the Prussian government secured by private treaty, through the intermediary, it is understood, of the Empress Frederick, for £70,000. In May 1889, those which the authorities decided not to retain for the Royal Museum at Berlin were transferred to Messrs. Sotheby's, and 91 lots realized the total of £15,189, 15 shillings, 6 pence. The gems of the collection were a magnificent volume of the Golden Gospels in Latin of the 8th century, formerly a gift to Henry VIII, which sold for £1,500, a London bookseller once offered £5,000 for this book, and a magnificent manuscript of Boccaccio, Les Illustrés Mercuraux, on vellum, 321 leaves decorated with 84 exquisite miniatures, which sold for £1,700. It may be mentioned that a large number of the Beckford and Hamilton books were purchased through the late H.G. Bond. The Althorp Library, now in the possession of Mrs. Rylands of Manchester, was formed by George John, Earl Spencer, 1758 to 1834, between 1790 and 1820. Until its recent removal from Althorp, it was the finest private library in existence. In 1790, Lord Spencer acquired the very fine and select library of Count Rewishki, the Emperor Joseph's ambassador in London, for about £2,500, and for the next 30 years the Earl was continually hunting after books in the sale-rooms and booksellers' shops. The story of the Althorp Library has been so repeatedly told from the time of its first librarian, the devil-hunting Thomas Frognall Dibdin, whose flatulent and sycophantic records are not to be taken as mirroring the infinitely superior intellect and taste of his employer, down to the present day, that any further description is almost superfluous. Besides this, the library is one which will soon be open to all. We may, however, mention a point which is of great interest in the study of books as an investment. It may reasonably be doubted whether the Althorp Library cost its founder much over £100,000. It is generally understood that the price paid for it in 1892 was not far short of £250,000. Contemporaneously with the formation of the Althorp collection, the Duke of Roxburgh built a library which was one of the finest and most perfect ever got together. The Duke turned book hunter through a love affair, it is said. He was to have been married to the eldest daughter of the Duke of Mecklenburg-Strelitz, but when this lady's sister was selected as a wife for George III, the proposed marriage was deemed impolitic, and consequently the Duke remained single. The Duke himself is said to have traced his passion for books to the famous dinner given by his father, the second Duke, at which Lords Oxford and Sunderland were present, and at which the celebrated copy of the Waldorfer Boccaccio was produced. The history of this incident is told in our chapter on book sales, and need not be here more specifically referred to. The Duke was a mighty hunter, not only of books, but of deer and wild swans. So far as books are concerned, his great specialities were Old English literature, Italian poetry, and romances of the Round Table. And as the first and last of these have increased in value as years have gone by, it will be seen that the Duke was wise in his generation. Indeed, we have it on the best authority that the aggregate outlay of the Roxburgh Library did not exceed £4,000, whilst in the course of little more than 20 years it produced over £23,397, the sale taking place in June 1812. The Duke of Roxburgh and Lord Spencer were not averse to a little understanding of the nature of a knockout, for in one of the Althorp Caxtons Lord Spencer has written, "The Duke and I had agreed not to oppose one another at the George Mason sale, but after the book, a Caxton, was bought, to toss up who should win it, when I lost it. I bought it at the Roxburgh sale on the 17th of June, 1812, for £215 5s. Yet another distinguished book collector of the same period calls for notice. George III formed a splendid library out of his own private purse, and at a cost of £130,000. This library is now a part of the British Museum. A library such as that of George III gives very little idea of a man's real tastes for books. The king availed himself of the accumulated wisdom not only of Barnard, who was his librarian for nearly half a century, but of 3 or 4 other experts, among whom was Dr. Johnson. The king's everyday tastes, however, may be gathered from the subjoined lists of books which he wished to have on his visit to Weymouth in 1795. He desired what he called a closet library for a watering place. He wrote to his bookseller for the following works: the Bible, the Whole Duty of Man, the Annual Register, 25 volumes, Rapin's History of England, 21 volumes, 1757, Millot's Éléments de l'Histoire de France, 1770, Voltaire's Siècle of Louis XIV and Louis XV, Blackstone's Commentaries, 4 volumes, R. Burns' Justice of Peace and Parish Officer, 4 volumes, an abridgment of Dr. Johnson's Dictionary, Boyer's Dictionnaire François et Anglais, Johnson's Poets, 68 volumes, Dodsley's Poems, 11 volumes, Nicholl's Poems, 8 volumes, Stevens's Shakespeare, Oeuvres of Destouches, 5 volumes, and the Works of Sir William Temple, 4 volumes, of Addison, 4 volumes, and Swift, 24 volumes. These books can scarcely be regarded as light literature, and if anything calculated to add to the deadly dullness of a seaside retreat at the end of the last century. However, the selection is George III's, and must be respected as such. The number of men who were prowling about London during the middle and latter part of the last century after books is only less great than the variety of tastes which they evinced. We have, for example, 2 such turbulent spirits as John Horne Tooke and John Wilkes, M.P. Parson Horne's, he subsequently assumed the name of his patron, William Tooke, collection did not, as Dibdin has observed, contain a single edition of the Bible, but it included 7 examples of Wynkyn de Word's Press and many other rare books. 813 lots realized the then high amount of £1,250 when sold at King and Lachey's in 1813. John Wilkes's books were sold at Sotheby's in 1802. If less notorious, many equally enthusiastic book collectors were hunting the highways and byways of London. Here, for example, is a little anecdote relative to one of these. When the splendid folio edition of Caesar's Commentaries by Clarke, published for the express purpose of being presented to the great Duke of Marlborough, came under the hammer at the sale in 1781 of Topham Beauclerk's library for £44, it was accompanied by an anecdote relating to the method in which it had been acquired. Upon the death of an officer to whom the book belonged, his mother, being informed that it was of some value, wished to dispose of it, and being told that Mr. Topham Beauclerk, who is said to have but once departed from his inflexible rule of never lending a book, was a proper person to offer it to, she waited on him for that purpose. He asked what she required for it, and being answered £4 4s, took it without hesitation, though unacquainted with the real value of the book. Being desirous, however, of information with respect to the nature of the purchase he had made, he went to an eminent bookseller's and inquired what he would give for such a book. The bookseller replied £17 17s. Mr. Beauclerk went immediately to the person who sold him the book, and, telling her that she had been mistaken in its value, not only gave her the additional 13 guineas, but also generously bestowed a further gratuity on her. Few bargain hunters would have felt called upon to act as Beauclerk did. Here is another anecdote of a contemporary book hunter. Nichols states that Mr. David Papillon, who died in 1762, a gentleman of fortune and literary taste, as well as a good antiquary, contracted with Osborne to furnish him with £100 worth of books at 3d apiece. The only conditions were that they should be perfect and that there should be no duplicate. Osborne was highly pleased with his bargain, and the first great purchase he made he sent Mr. Papillon a large quantity. But in the next purchase he found he could send but few, and the next still fewer. Not willing, however, to give up, he sent books worth 5s apiece, and at last was forced to go and beg to be let off the contract. 8,000 books would have been wanted. An interesting collector, at once the type of a country gentleman and of a true bibliophile, was Sir John Inglis Dolben, 1750 to 1837, of Findon Hall, Northamptonshire. He was educated at Westminster School, proceeding thence to Christ Church in 1768. Previously to his final retirement into the country, he lingered with much affection about the haunts of his youthful studies. He carried so many volumes about with him in his numerous and capacious pockets that he appeared like a walking library, and his memory, particularly in classical quotations, was equally richly stored. This is one side of the picture. This is the other side, in which we get a view of the man-about-town collector in the person of Alexander Dalrymple, 1737 to 1808, the hydrographer of the Admiralty and to the East India Company. His yellow antiquarian chariot seems to be immovably fixed in the street, just opposite the entrance door of the long passage leading to the sale-room of Messrs. King and Lochet in King Street, Covent Garden, and towards the bottom of the table in the sale-room Mr. Dalrymple used to sit, a cane in his hand, his hat always upon his head, a thin, slightly twisted queue, and silver hairs that hardly shaded his temple. His biddings were usually silent, accompanied by the elevation and fall of his cane, or by an abrupt nod of the head. The Osterley Park Library, sold by order of the 7th Earl of Jersey at Sotheby's in 1885, was commenced in the last century, the original founder being Brian Fairfax, who died in 1747. His books came into the hands of Alderman Child, who was not only a book collector, but inherited Lord Maver Child's books. The 5th Earl of Jersey married Mr. Child's granddaughter in 1804. Two mighty hunters of the old school may be here briefly mentioned, John Townley and Michael Wodehull, the poet, both of whose collections were dispersed in several portions, partly at the beginning of the present century, and partly within quite recent times. The founder of the Bibliotheca Townleyana was for a long period of years an ardent collector, his favorite studies being English history, topography, and portraits. The great gem of his collection was the splendid Vita Christi, gorgeously ornamented with full-page paintings and with miniatures superbly executed in colors, heightened with gold, by Giulio Clovio, in the finest style of Italian art. This manuscript was executed for Alexander, Cardinal Farnese, and presented to Pope Paul III. It was purchased abroad by a Mr. Champernowne for an inconsiderable sum, and cost Mr. Townley 400 guineas. At its sale in 1883 it realized £2,050. Two portions of the Townley Library were dispersed by Evans in 1814 to 15, 17 days, and realized over £8,597, and other portions were sold in 1816 and 1817. Townley himself died in May 1813, aged 82. The remainder of his extensive collection was sold at Sotheby's in 1883, 10 days. Wodehull, who died November 10, 1816, aged 76, had two sales during his lifetime, first in 1801, chiefly duplicates, and secondly in 1803, chiefly Greek and Roman classics. He, however, reserved for himself a library of about 4,000, which, passing into the possession of Mr. F. E. Severn, M.P., was sold at Sotheby's in January 1886, and realized a total of £11,973, 4 shillings, 6 pence. He is the Orlando of Dibdin's Bibliomania. The Greek and Roman classics formed the chief attraction of this post-mortem sale, which is generally regarded as one of the most important of its kind held during recent years. Most of the prizes were picked up in France after 1803, and it was during one of his book-hunting expeditions in Paris that Wodehull was detained by Napoleon. Two other fashionable or titled collectors may be here grouped together. The fine library formed by William, Marquis of Lansdowne, was dispersed by Lee and Sotheby in 31 days, beginning with January 6, 1806, the 6,530 lots realizing £6,701, 2 shillings, 6 pence. The highest amount paid for a single lot was for a very rare collection of tracts, documents, and pamphlets, in over 280 volumes illustrating the history of the French Revolution, together with 49 volumes relative to the transactions in the Low Countries between the years 1787 and 1792, and their separation from the House of Austria. Wynkyn de Word's Richard Coeur de Lion, 1528, sold for £47, 5 shillings, and a curious collection of masks and triumphs of the early 17th century, mostly by Ben Jonson, realized £40. As a book collector, Sir Mark Masterman Sykes is a much better remembered figure in the annals of book hunting than that of the Marquis of Lansdowne. The Sykes Library contained a number of the editions principes of the classics, some on vellum, and also a number of Aldines in the most perfect condition. There were also many highly curious and very rare pieces of early English poetry. The collection was sold at Evans's in 1824, and the gems of the collection were a copy of the Mazarin Bible and the Latin Psalter, 1459, to which full reference is made in a subsequent chapter. 2. The history of literature, it is said, teaches us to consider its decline only as the development of a great principle of succession by which the treasures of the mind are circulated and equalized, as chutes by which the stream of improvement is forcibly directed into new channels to fertilize new soils and awaken new capabilities. The history of book collecting teaches us a similar lesson. The love which so often amounted to a positive passion for the exquisite productions of the age of illuminated manuscripts all but died with the introduction of the printing press, which in reality was but a continuation of the old art in a new form, and so on, down through the successive decades and generations of the past 4 centuries. The decline, but not the death, for such a term cannot be applied to any phase of book collecting, of one particular aspect of the hobby has synchronized with the birth of several others, sometimes more worthy and at others less. An exhaustive inquiry into the various and manifold changes through which the human mind passed alone might account for these various developments, which is not the intention of the present writer on this occasion to analyze. The rise and progress of what Sir Egerton Brydges calls the black-letter mania gave the death-blow to the long-cherished school of poetry of which Pope may be taken as the most distinguished exponent. Men of loftier taste and bolder fancy early remonstrated against this chilling confinement of the noblest, the most aspiring, and most expansive of all the arts. It was not till the commotion of Europe broke the chain of indolence and insipid effeminacy that the stronger passions of readers required again to be stimulated and exercised and soothed, and that the minor charms of correctness were sacrificed to the ardent efforts of uncontrolled and unfearing genius. The authors of this class began to look back for their materials to an age of hazardous freedom and copious and untutored eloquence, an age in which the world of words and free and native ideas was not contracted and blighted by technical critics and cold and fastidious scholars. To abandon the abstract for the more matter-of-fact details of sober history, the mania to which Brydges alludes may be said to date itself from the spring of 1773. The occasion was the sale in London of the library of James West, President of the Royal Society. George Nicol, the bookseller, was an extensive purchaser at this sale for the king, for whom indeed he acted in a similar capacity up to the last. Nicol told Dibdin, with his usual pleasantry and point, that he got abused in the public papers by Almon and others for having purchased nearly the whole of the Caxtonian volumes in this collection for His Majesty's library. It was said abroad that a Scotchman had lavished away the king's money in buying old black-letter books. The absurdity of this report was soon proved at subsequent sales. Dibdin adds, as a circumstance highly honourable to the king, that His Majesty, in his directions to Mr. Nicol, forbade any competition with those purchasers who wanted books of science and belles-lettres for their own progressive or literary pursuits, thus using the power of his purse in a manner at once merciful and wise. The impetus which book collecting, and more particularly the section to which we have just referred, received by the dispersal of the West Library gathered in force as time went on, reaching its climax with the Roxburgh sale 39 years afterwards. The enthusiasm culminated in a club, the Roxburgh, which still flourishes. The warfare at Roxburgh House, St. James's Square, as Mr. Sylvanus Urban has recorded, was equalled only by the courage and gallantry displayed on the plains of Salamanca about the same period. As a pillar or other similar memorial could not be conveniently erected to mark the spot where so many bibliographical champions fought and conquered, another method was adopted to record their fame and perpetuate this brilliant epoch in literary annals. Accordingly, a phalanx of the most hardy veterans has been enrolled under the banner of the far-famed Waldefers Boccaccio of 1471. The first anniversary meeting of this noble band was celebrated at the St. Albans Tavern, St. Albans Street, now Waterloo Place, on Thursday, June 17th, 1813, being the memorable day on which the before-mentioned Boccaccio was sold for £2,260. The chair was taken by Earl Spencer, perpetual president of the club, supported by Lords Morpeth and Gower, and the following gentlemen, viz., Sir E. Brydges, Messrs. W. Bentham, W. Boland, J. Dent, T. F. Dibdin, Vice President, Francis Freeling, Henry Freeling, Joseph Hazelwood, Richard Heber, Thomas C. Heber, G. Eisted, R. Lang, J. H. Markland, J. D. Phelps, T. Ponter, Jr., J. Townley, E. V. Utterson, and R. Wilbraham. Upon the cloth being removed, the following appropriate toasts were delivered from the chair. 1. The cause of bibliomania all over the world. 2. The immortal memory of Christopher Waldefer, the printer of the Boccaccio of 1471. 3. The immortal memory of William Caxton, first English printer. 4. The immortal memory of Wynkyn de Worde. 5. The immortal memory of Richard Pinson. 6. The immortal memory of Julian Notary. 7. The immortal memory of William Fox. 8. The immortal memory of the Aldine family. 9. The immortal memory of the Stevenses. 10. The immortal memory of John, Duke of Roxburgh. After these, the health of the noble president was proposed and received by the company standing, with 3 times 3. Then followed the health of the worthy vice-president, proposed by Mr. Heber, which, it is scarcely necessary to observe, was drunk with similar honours. The president was succeeded in the chair by Lord Gower, who at midnight yielded to Mr. Dent, and that gentleman gave way to the prince of bibliomaniacs, Mr. Heber. Though the night, or rather the morning, wore apace, it was not likely that a seat so occupied would be speedily deserted. Accordingly, the regal purple stream ceased not to flow till morning oped her golden gates, or in plain terms, till past 4 o'clock. Such is a brief account of the Roxburgh Club, which is limited to 31 members, one black ball being fatal to the candidate who offers himself for a vacancy, and each member in his annual turn has to print a book or pamphlet, and to present to his fellow members a copy. Before making any further reference to the personnel of the Roxburgh Club, we quote from a literary journal of 1823 the following trenchant paragraph, apropos of a similar club in Scotland. Bibliomania. This most ridiculous of all the affectations of the day has lately exhibited another instance of its diffusion, in the establishment of a Roxburgh Club in Edinburgh. Its object, we are told, is the republication of scarce and valuable tracts, especially poetry. Republication? In what manner? Common sense forbid that the system of the London Roxburgh Club be adopted. Of this there are some 24 members or so, who dine together a certain number of times in the year, and each member in his turn republishes some old tract at his own expense. There are just so many copies printed as there are members of the club, and 1 copy is presented to each. It is evident that no sort of good can be effected by this system, and indeed there has not yet resulted any benefit to the literature of the country from the Roxburgh Club. They have not published a single book of any conceivable merit. The truth is that the members, for the most part, are a set of persons of no true taste, of no proper notion of learning and its uses, very considerable persons in point of wealth, but very so-so in point of intellect. The primary aim and object of the Roxburgh Club were clearly enough indicated in the first list of members, for the association of men with kindred tastes is at all times a highly commendable one. The Roxburgh Club might have sustained its raison d'etre if it had drawn the line at such men as Thomas Frognall Dibdin and Joseph Hazelwood. The foregoing extract from the Museum of 1823 exactly indicates the position which the club at that time held in public estimation. It had degenerated into a mere drinking and gormandizing association, alike a disgrace to its more respectable members and an insult to the noblemen whose name it was dragging through the mire. Those who have an opportunity of consulting the Athenaeum for 1834 will find, in the first 4 issues of January, one of the most scathing exposures to which any institution has ever been subjected. Hazelwood had died, and his books came into the sale-room. Never had the adage of "dead men tell no tales" been more completely falsified. Hazelwood, who does not seem to have been unpleasantly particular in telling the truth when living, told it with a vengeance after his death. For among his papers there was a bundle entitled Roxburgh Revels, which Thorpe purchased for £40, the editor of the Athenaeum being the underbidder. A few days afterwards, and for the weighty consideration of a £10 note profit, the lot passed into the hands of Mr. Dilke, and the articles to which we have referred followed. If anything could have made the deceased Joseph turn in his grave, it would have been the attention which he received at the unsparing hands of Mr. Dilke. The excellent Mr. Dibdin survived the exposure several years. The castigation proved beneficial to the club, and if its revelries were no less boisterous than heretofore, it at all events circulated among its members books worthy of the name of Roxburgh, and edited in a scholarly manner. The club still flourishes, with the Marquis of Salisbury as its president, and the list of its members will be found in our chapter on Modern Collectors. One of the mighty book hunters of the last century was the Reverend Clayton Mordaunt Cratcherode, whose father went out as a commander of marines in Anson's ship, and whose share in the prize money made him a wealthy man, who died on April 6, 1799, in his 70th year. His splendid library now forms a part of the British Museum. It contains the most choice copies in classical and biblical literature, and many of these are on vellum. His collection of editions of the 15th century Mr. Cratcherode used modestly to call a specimen one. They form perhaps the most perfect collana or necklace ever strung by one man. Several of the books formerly belonged to Grolier. His library was valued at £10,000, at or about the time of his death. It would probably now realize considerably over 10 times that amount if submitted to auction. The value of his prints was placed at £5,000. Cratcherode was an excellent scholar and an amiable. His passion for collecting was strong even in death, for whilst he was at the last extremity, his agent was making purchases for him. He was one of the most constant habitués of Tom Paine's, and at his final visit he put an Edinburgh Terence in one pocket and a large paper Siebes in the other. His house was in Queen Square, Westminster, overlooking St. James's Park. Reverting once more to the change which had been effected in the fancies of book collectors, James Bindley, whose library was sold after his decease in 1819, and James Perry, who died in 1821, may be regarded as typical collectors of the transition period. Both are essentially London book hunters. The former was an official in the stamp office, and the latter was, inter alia, the editor of the Morning Chronicle. Bindley, to whom John Nichols dedicated his literary anecdotes, was a book hunter who made very practical use of his scholarly tastes and ample means. He haunted the bookstalls and shops with the pertinacity of a tax-gatherer, and if his original expenditure were placed by the side of the total which his collection of books brought after his death, no more convincing arguments in favor of book hunting could possibly be needed. Bindley is the Leontes of Dibdin's Bibliographical Decameron, and his collection of poetical rarities of the 16th and 17th centuries was one of the most remarkable which had ever been got together. Not many of the items had cost him more than a few shillings each, and they realized almost as many pounds as he had paid shillings. Perry was a journalist first and a book collector afterwards, but in many respects there was a great similarity in the tastes of the two rival bibliophiles. Perry's was the more extensive collection. It was sold in 4 parts, 1822 to 23, and perhaps on the whole much more generally interesting. Evans, the auctioneer, described it as an extraordinary assemblage of curious books, early English poetry, old tracts, and miscellaneous literature. The cheval de bataille of the 4th part consisted of a most curious, interesting, and extraordinarily extensive assemblage of political and historical pamphlets of the last and present century. This collection was comprised in 35 bundles. Perry made a speciality of Féchy, pamphlets on the French Revolution, and Defoe's works, but the 2 cornerstones of his library were a copy of the Mazarin Bible and a first folio Shakespeare. Among the many book collectors whose careers link the past century with the present, few are more worthy of notice than Francis Dowse, who died in the spring of 1834, aged 77. He was, for a short time, keeper of the manuscripts in the British Museum. His fortune was much increased by being left one of the residuary legatees of Nollekens, the sculptor, to the extent, in fact, of £50,000. Dibdin, who was for many years a near neighbour and intimate friend at Kensington, describes Dowse's library as eminently rich and curious, not a book but what had its fly-leaf written upon. In short, no man ever lived so much with and so entirely for his books as he did. Dowse is the Prospero of the Bibliomania. His books he bequeathed to the Bodleian, and his manuscripts to the British Museum, the stipulation in the latter case being that they are not to be opened until 1900. In manners and appearance, Dowse was singular and strange, rough to strangers, but gentle and kind to those who knew him intimately. He was of the old school as regards dress, wearing as he did a little flaxen wig, an old-fashioned square-cut coat, with what M. Jacob calls quarto pockets. Several of his letters are printed in Dibdin's Literary Recollections. Two other distinguished book collectors, contemporary with Dowse, and like him benefactors to the Bodleian, may be mentioned here: Richard Gough, 1739 to 1809, the antiquary, and Edmund Malone, 1741 to 1812, the Shakespearean scholar. Gough's gift consisted of the topographical portion of his library. The remainder, comprising 4,373 lots, realizing the total of £3,552, came under the hammer at Lee and Sotheby's in 1810, realizing what were then considered very fancy prices, a selection of which are given in the Gentleman's Magazine, 80, Part 2. The Malone collection, which became the property of the Bodleian through the influence of Lord Sunderland in 1815, comprised what the collector himself describes as the most curious, valuable, and extensive collection ever assembled of ancient English plays and poetry. It would probably be impossible now to form another such collection. Malone told Caldwell, who repeats the remarkable fact, that he had procured every dramatic piece mentioned by Langbaine, excepting 4 or 5, the advantage, observes that gentleman, of living in London. The number of volumes amounts to about 3,200. As his biographer, Sir James Prior, has pointed out, his collection in the Bodleian remains distinct, and is creditable alike to the industry, taste, and patience by which it was brought together. And further, none of his predecessors have attempted what he accomplished. Few of his successors have, on most points, added materially to our knowledge. Yet a third benefactor to the Bodleian may be conveniently mentioned here: Thomas Caldecott, who was born in 1744 and died in 1833, was a Fellow of New College, Oxford, and afterwards a bencher of the Middle Temple. He resided chiefly at Dartford, and formed a choice library of black-letter books, and the productions of the Elizabethan period. He attacked with considerable asperity and ability Shakespearean commentators, such as Stevens and Malone, and his rivals did not spare his edition of 2 of Shakespeare's plays when they came out. He presented the gems of his library, the Shakespeare quartos, to the Bodleian, but the remainder of his books, including many excessively rare and several unique pieces, came up for sale at Sotheby's in 1833, and realized a total of £1,210, 6 shillings, 6 pence. The splendid library of John Dent of Hertford Street, sold by Evans in 1827, producing the sum of £15,040, had a curious history. The nucleus of it was formed towards the close of the last century by Houghton James, who in a moment of conviviality, and without a due consideration of its true value, transferred it to Robert Heathcote, who made several editions, and from whose possession it passed about 1807 into that of John Dent. The sale of the Dent Library is described by Dibdin as exhibiting the first grand melancholy symptoms of the decay of the Bibliomania. The chief attraction was the Swainhame and Panart's Livy, 1469, on vellum, which fell, in more senses than one, under the hammer for £262, Dent having paid £903 for it at Sir Mark Sykes' sale. Both the purchasers, Payne and Foss, and Dibdin, made strenuous efforts to persuade the Earl of Spencer to purchase it, but unsuccessfully. It subsequently became the property of Grenville, and passed with his collection into the British Museum. Dent is the Pontevallo of the Bibliomania, and Borachio of the Bibliographical Decameron, and does not seem to have been an altogether amiable specimen of the fraternity. Canning used to say that he once found Dent deep in the study of an open book, which was upside down. A much more genial bibliomaniac, Sir William Bowland, calls for notice. He was one of the original members of the Roxburgh Club, which, in fact, was first suggested at a dinner party at his house, June 4, 1812. He died May 14, 1840, aged 68, and his library, which comprised 2,940 lots and realized £3,019, was sold by Evans and included many choice books. One of the greatest bargains which this distinguished collector secured during his career became his property through the medium of Benjamin Wheatley, who purchased a bundle of poetical tracts from the chapter library at Lincoln for 80 guineas. When the inevitable sale came, one of these trifles, The Rape of Lucrece, alone realized 100 guineas. George Chalmers, 1742 to 1825, who is described as the most learned and the most celebrated of all the antiquaries and historians of Scotland, was also one of the giant book collectors of the present century, and differed from the majority of collectors in being a prolific and versatile author. At his death, his nephew became the possessor of his extensive library, but on the death of the nephew, the books were placed in the hands of Evans, who sold them in 2 parts, September 1841 and February 1842, and realized over £4,100. The second part was very rich in Shakespeareana, and included the Sonnets, 1609, £105, Midsummer Night's Dream, 1600, second edition, £105, and many other important items. In the first part of the sale, Marlowe's Tragedy of Richard, Duke of York, 1595, believed to be unique, sold for £131, and the only perfect copy then known of Patrick Hannay's Nightingale, 1622, from the libraries of Bindley, Perry, Sykes, and Rice, £13 5s. The third part of Chalmers' library, which consisted for the most part of works relative to Scotland, particularly in illustration of the history of printing in that country, was also sold by Evans in 1842. Among other book collectors of this period, we may mention particularly the Reverend Henry Joseph Thomas Drury, whose library was rich in classics, all for the most part finely bound. It came under the hammer at Evans's in 1827, 4,729 lots. Dr. Isaac Gossett, who died in 1812 in his 68th year, and whose library, comprising 5,740 lots, realized £3,141, 7 shillings, 6 pence at Lee and Sotheby's in 1813. The Reverend Jonathan Boucher, 1738 to 1804, vicar of Epsom, who, like George Chalmers, for many years resided in America, was also like him an inveterate book collector to whom everything in the shape of a book was welcome. His sale occupied Lee and Sotheby 39 days in 1806, the total being over £4,510. 3. The history of the second and third quarters of the present century makes mention of very few collectors of the first rank. Among the more important of those whose libraries came under the hammer within that period, we may specially refer to the following: William Upcott, who started early in life as an assistant to R. H. Evans, but who in 1806 became sub-librarian of the London Institution. He was one of the first to take up autograph collecting, of which indeed he has been termed the pioneer. He certainly collected with great advantage and knowledge, and his vast accumulations were sold at Sotheby's in 4 batches during 1846, he having died in September 1845. John Hugh Smith Pigott, whose library, in 3 portions, was sold at the same place, 1847 to 54. W. Y. Ottley, the prolific writer of books on art, 1849. W. Holgate, of the Post Office, whose library included a number of Shakespeareana, June 1846. Hanrot, 1857. Sir Thomas Bernard, 1855. Isaac Disraeli, the author of Curiosities of Literature, in 1849, and his unsparing critic, Bolton Corney, in 1871. S. W. Singer, in 4 parts, 1860. J. Orchard Halliwell, afterwards Halliwell Phillips, in 1856, 1857 and 1859, and the Reverend Dr. Hawtrey, part of whose books were sold far below their worth in 1853, and the rest 9 years later. Many of the foregoing were literary men, who aimed rather at getting together a useful library than one of rarities. The sale of all such libraries makes a very sorry show beside that of the more ostentatious collections. For instance, the books which Macaulay used with such brilliant effect, and including among them an extraordinary number of tracts, many excessively rare, only realized £426, 15 shillings, 6 when sold in 1863 in 1,011 lots. Douglas Jerrold's little library, sold in August 1859 in 307 lots, only fetched £173, 3 shillings. In very strong contrast to these is the remarkable little library formed between 1820 and 1830 by Henry Perkins, of Hanworth Park, Feltham, a member of the brewing firm. This collection comprised only 865 lots, but when sold at Sotheby's in June 1873, the total was found to be close on £26,000. There was a copy each of the 42-line and 40-line Gutenberg Bible. The former is now in the Huth Library, and the latter in the Ashburnham Library. Several other very early printed Bibles, including Coverdale's Matthews and Cranmer's, 2 works printed by Caxton, with many other important books, were sold. The late George Daniel, who was born about 1790, may be regarded as the connecting link between the collectors of the early part of the present century and those of today. When, for example, Perry and Bindley left off, Daniel commenced. There was no great rush after Shakespeare quartos in the earlier part of the present century, and book collecting for a time ceased to be the pet hobby of wealthy members of the peerage. When George Daniel, a critic and bibliographer of exceptional abilities, began to collect, he soon made Shakespeare, as well as the earlier English poets, objects of solicitude. He resided for many years in the historic old red-brick tower at Canonbury, 72A. The sale of Daniel's extraordinary collection was held at Sotheby's in July 1864, when a first folio, one of the finest in the world, now in the possession of Baroness Burdett Coutts, sold for £716, 2 shillings, and when 20 of the Shakespeare quartos realized a total of about £3,000. George Daniel is now remembered by but few book collectors. Mr. W. Carew Hazlitt knew him very well, and describes him as a retired accountant, whose idiosyncrasy consisted of rares morceaux, bon bouche, uniques, copies of books with a provenance, or in jackets made for them by Roger Payne, nay, in the original parchment or paper wrapper, or in a bit of real mutton which certain men call sheep. He was a person of literary tastes, and had written books in his day. But his chief celebrity was as an acquirer of those of others, provided always that they were old enough or rare enough. An item never passed into his possession without at once ipso facto gaining new attributes, almost invariably worded in a holograph memorandum on the flyleaf. Daniel was in the market at a fortunate and peculiar juncture, just when prices were depressed, about the time of the great Heber sale. His marvelous gleanings came to the hammer precisely when the quarto Shakespeare, the black-letter romance, the unique book of Elizabethan verse, had grown worth 10 times their weight in sovereigns. Sir William Trite, J.O. Halliwell, and Henry Huth were to the front. It was in 1864. What a wonderful sight it was! No living man had ever witnessed the like. Copies of Shakespeare, printed from the prompter's manuscripts, and published at 4 pence, fetched £300 or £400. I remember old Joseph Lilly, when he had secured the famous ballads which came from the Tollmashes of Helmingham Hall, holding up the folio volume in which they were contained in triumph, as someone whom he knew entered the room. Poor Daniel! He had no mean estimate of his treasures. What he had was always better than what you had. Books, prints, autographs, it was all the same. I met him one morning in Longacre. I had bought a very fine copy of Taylor, the water poet. "Oh, yes, sir," he said, "I saw it, but not quite so fine as mine." He went up to Highgate to look through the engravings of Charles Matthews the elder. They were all duplicates, of course, inferior ones. "Damn him, sir," cried Matthews afterwards to a friend. "I should like him to have a duplicate of my wooden leg." John Payne Collier, who was born a year before Daniel, but who lived until 1883, was a collector with very similar tastes. He had been a reporter on the Morning Chronicle, and in all probability imbibed some of his book-collecting zeal from Perry. His book-buying and literary career commenced, according to his own account, in 1804 or 1805, when his father took him into the shop of Thomas Rodd, Sr., on which occasion he purchased his first Old English book of any value, namely Wilson's Art of Logic, printed by Grafton, 1551. From this he ascertained that Raff Royster Doyster was an older play than Gammer Gurton's Needle, and also that it was by Nicholas Udall, master of Eton School. When in Holland in the winter of 1813-14, Collier purchased among other books an imperfect copy of Tyndale's Gospel of St. Matthew, to which, as he says in his diary, the date of 1526-1525 has been assigned, and which seems to be the very earliest translation into English of any portion of the New Testament. Many years afterwards, I think in the spring of 1832, I happened to show it to Rodd, the learned bookseller. I was at that time ignorant on the subject, and Rodd offered me books to the value of £2 or £3 for it. I gladly accepted them. This fragment, for which Collier paid a florin, was sold to Mr. Grenville by Rodd for £50, and is now in the British Museum. Writing in the Athenaeum, January 31st, 1852, he gives an account of the origin of events which led to one of the fiercest literary quarrels of modern times. A short time before the death of the late Mr. Rodd of Newport Street, i.e. early in 1849, I happened to be in his shop when a considerable parcel of books arrived from the country. He told me that they had been bought for him at an auction, I think in Bedfordshire. He unpacked them in my presence, and there were two which attracted my attention, one being a fine copy of Florio's Italian Dictionary of the edition of 1611, and the other a much-thumbed, abused, and imperfect copy of the second folio of Shakespeare, 1632. The first I did not possess, and the last I was willing to buy, inasmuch as I apprehended it would add some missing leaves to a copy of the same impression which I had had for some time on my shelves. As was his usual course, Mr. Rodd required a very reasonable price for both. For the first, I remember I gave 12 shillings, and for the last only £1 10s. On the outside of one of the covers was inscribed, "Though Perkins his book." Collier was vexed at finding that the volume contained no leaves which would help him in completing the volume he already had. He had employed another person to do the collating, and it was not until some considerable time after, and on examining thoroughly the volume himself, that he discovered it to contain a large series of emendations, which Collier included in his Notes and Emendations to the Text of Shakespeare's Plays, 1853, which set the whole town by the ears. Collier's library was dispersed at Sotheby's in 1884. It was an unusually interesting sale, and included many very rare and curious books. Southey, Coleridge, Charles Lamb, Wordsworth, and William Hazlitt were book collectors of a type which deserves a niche to itself. Writing to Coleridge in 1797, Lamb says, "I have had thoughts of turning Quaker, and have been reading, or am rather just beginning to read, a most capital book, Good Thoughts in Good Language, William Penn's No Cross, No Crown. I like it immensely." Lamb's ideas of bookmarking are to be found in his correspondence with Coleridge, in which he states that a book reads the better when the topography of its plots and notes is thoroughly mastered, and when we can trace the dirt in it to having read it at tea with buttered muffins or over a pipe. Lamb's library consisted for the most part of tattered volumes in a dreadful state of repair. Lamb, like Young, the poet, dog-eared his books to such an extent that many of them would hardly close at all. From the correspondence of Bernard Barton, we get a glimpse at Lamb's cottage in Colebrook Row, Islington, a white house with 6 good rooms. You enter without passage into a cheerful dining room, all studded over and rough with old books. Barton also writes, "What chiefly attracted me was a large old bookcase full of books. I could but think how many long walks must have been taken to bring them home, for there were but few that did not bear the mark of having been bought at many a bookstall. Brown, dark-looking books, distinguished by those white tickets which told how much their owner had given for each." In an edition of Donne, 1669, which belonged to Lamb, Coleridge scrawled, "I shall die soon, my dear Charles Lamb, and then you will not be vexed that I have bescribbled your book." S.T.C., 2nd May, 1811. Lamb was too good-natured to be a book collector. On one occasion, William Hazlitt sent Martin Burney to Lamb to borrow Wordsworth's Excursion, and Lamb being out, Burney took it, a high-handed proceeding which involved the borrower in a blowing up. Coleridge at another time helped himself to Luther's Table Talk, and this also called forth a great outcry. A copy of Chapman's Homer, which passed through the hands of Wordsworth and S.T. Coleridge, eventually turned up in one of Lilly's catalogues. This identical copy is noticed in an account of Rydal Mount, which appeared in the first volume of Once a Week. Coleridge, of course, has made a number of notes in it, and in one of these he describes the translation as an exquisite poem, spite of its frequent and perverse quaintness and harshnesses, which are, however, amply repaid by almost unexampled sweetness and beauty of language. The difference between a bibliophile and a bibliomaniac has been described as between one who adorns his mind and the other his bookcases. Of the bibliomaniac as here characterized, we can suggest no better type than Thomas Hill, the original of Poole's Paul Pry, and of Hull in Hook's novel Gilbert Gurney. Devoid as Hill was of intellectual endowments, he managed to obtain and secure the friendship of many eminent men, of Thomas Campbell, the poet, Matthews and Liston, the comedians, Hook, Dubois, John and Leigh Hunt, James and Horace Smith, John Taylor, editor of The Sun, Horace Twiss, Baron Field, Sir George Rose, Barnes, subsequently editor of The Times, Cyrus Redding, and many others. That he was kind-hearted and hospitable nearly everyone has testified, and his literary parties at his Sydenham Tusculum were quite important events, in spite of the ponderosity of his well-worn stories. During the more acute stages of bibliomania in this country at the latter part of the last century and the beginning of this, when the Archaica, Heliconia, and Roxburgh clubs were outbidding each other for old black-letter works, when books in short, which had only become scarce because they were always worthless, were purchased upon the same principle as that costly and valueless coin, a Queen Anne's farthing. Hill had been a constant collector of rare and other books which were in demand. That he knew nothing of the insides of his books is very certain, but he knew how much each copy would bring at an auction, and how much it had brought at all previous sales. When the bibliomania had reached its height, Messrs. Longman and Company determined upon embarking in such a lucrative branch of the trade. They applied to Hill for advice and assistance, offering to begin by the purchase of his entire collection, a proposition which he embraced with alacrity. He drew up a catalogue raison of his books, affixing his price for each volume. The collection was dispatched in 3 or 4 trunks to Paternoster Row, and he received in payment the acceptances of the firm for as many £1,000. From some cause or other, the purchasers soon repented of their bargain, but the only terms which Horace Smith could obtain for the Longmans was an extension in the term of payment. Hill declared that the collection was worth double the price he had been paid for it. For many years Hill assisted Perry of the Morning Chronicle in making selections of rare books for his fine library at Tavistock House, particularly in the department of Facie. After leaving Sydenham, Hill took chambers in James Street, Adelphi, where he resided until his death. The walls of his rooms were completely hidden by books, and his couch was enclosed in a lofty circumvallation of volumes piled up from the carpet. He was never married, had no relations, and even his age was a source of mystery to his friends. James Smith once said to him, "The fact is, Hill, the register of your birth was destroyed in the Great Fire of London, and you took advantage of the accident to conceal your real age." Hooke went further by suggesting that he might originally have been one of the little Hills recorded as skipping in the Psalms. Hill died in 1840, his age being placed at 83 years. Horace Smith said, "He could not believe that Hill was dead, and he could not insult a man he had known so long. Hill would reappear." Samuel Rogers, the banker poet, was also a book collector, but not in the sense of one who aims at number. His house at 22 St. James's Place, overlooking Green Park, was for over half a century, he had removed here from the Temple about 1803, one of the most celebrated meeting places of literature and art in London. Byron, in his diary, says, "If you enter his house, his drawing-room, his library, you of yourself say, 'This is not the dwelling of a common mind.' There is not a gem, a coin, a book thrown aside on his chimney-piece, his sofa, his table, that does not bespeak an almost fastidious elegance in the possessor." A writer in the Athenaeum of December 29, 1855, a few days after the poet's death, describes the library as lined with bookcases surmounted by Greek vases, each one remarkable for its exquisite beauty of form. Upon the gilt lattice-work of the bookcases are lightly hung in frames some of the finest original sketches by Raphael, Michelangelo, and Andrea del Sarto, and finished paintings by Angelico da Fiesole and Fouquet of Tuer. Among the treasures of the library were the manuscripts of Gray in their perfect calligraphy, and the famous agreement between Milton and the publisher Symonds for the copyright of Paradise Lost. Tom Moore, the poet, and his friend and fellow countryman, Thomas Crofton Croker, were both book collectors. The library of the former was in 1855 presented by his widow to the Royal Irish Academy as a memorial of her husband's taste and erudition. Croker's books, which were dispersed after his death, contain an exceedingly curious bookplate, either indicating the possessor's residence, Rosamond's Bower, Fulham, or 3 Gloucester Road, Old Brompton, the various learned societies to which he belonged, with the additional information that he was founder and president, 1828 to 1848, of the Society of Novimagus. Charles Dickens, Thackeray, W. Harrison Ainsworth, the collection of the last was sold at Sotheby's in 1882 and realized £469, 19 shillings, 6 pence, and Charles Lever were not book collectors in the usual sense of the word. Among the more notable literary men who were also book collectors of this period, whose libraries are still preserved intact, are Alexander Dyce and John Forster. Their collections, now at South Kensington, are perhaps more particularly notable for the extraordinary number of books which were once the property of famous men. Mr. Dyce, who was born in Edinburgh, June 1798, and died in 1869, bequeathed to the museum 14,000 books, whilst the library of his friend and executor, John Forster, 1812 to 1876, contained upwards of 18,000 books, in addition to a number of autographs, pictures, etc. The more interesting books of a personal nature in these two libraries are the following: Drayton's Bataille of Agincourt, 1627, a presentation copy to Sir Henry Willoughby, with inscription in Drayton's autograph. A French cookery book, with Gray's autograph on the title. Ben Jonson's copy, with his autograph, of the first collected edition of Marston's Plays, 1633. A copy of Steele's Christian Hero, with some verses in his autograph addressed to Dr. Ellis, headmaster of the Charterhouse when Steele was at school. Sheridan's plays include a presentation copy of The Rivals, with an inscription to David Garrick. The foregoing are all in the Dyce collection. That of John Forster includes a copy of Addison's Travels in Italy, with an autograph inscription by the author. To Dr. Jonathan Swift, the most agreeable companion, the truest friend, and the greatest genius of his age, This book is presented by his most humble servant, the author. Among the many books on America, there is one with John Locke's autograph. The copy of the 4th edition of Byron's English Bards and Scotch Reviewers, 1811, is that which was given by the author to Leigh Hunt, and contains the poet's autograph and many corrections. A presentation copy of Flatman's Poems and Songs, 1682, to Isaac Walton, who has inscribed his autograph in it. Gay's copy of Horace, some proof sheets of Johnson's Lives of the Poets, a copy of Keats's Lamia, 1820, with an autograph inscription and a sonnet On the Grasshopper and the Cricket, also in the poet's handwriting. Gray's copy of Locke's Essay Concerning Human Understanding, a copy of the Dunciad, 1729, with the inscription Jonath Swift, 1729, Amicissimi Autoris Donum, and Isaac Newton's copy of Weir's Method and Order of Reading Histories, 1685. Apropos of books of distinguished ownership, the collecting of them sometimes takes an eccentric turn. For example, the 3rd Lord Holland brought together all the various copies, now at Holland House, upon which he could lay hands of Fox's History of the Reign of James II, which belonged to distinguished people, and amongst these former owners were Sir James Mackintosh, Sir Philip Francis, C.E. Jerningham, Rogers, and General Fitzpatrick, and as many of the copies contained manuscript notes, the interest of the collection will be readily understood. A brief review of the principal book collectors whose libraries, formed for the most part by men who lived in London, have been dispersed during the past dozen years, will not be without interest. Those which have been already referred to are of course omitted here. James Comerford, F.S.A., by profession a notary public, who inherited from his father a love of books and also a considerable collection, had an exceedingly fine library, which consisted for the most part of topographical works, many of them on large paper with proof plates. He was in his 76th year when he died, and his books, which were sold at Sotheby's in November 1882, 13 days, realized a total of £8,327 13 shillings. Frederick Ouvrey, who died in June 1881, was partner in the firm of Farrer, Ouvrey and Company of Lincoln's Inn. He was elected a Fellow of the Society of Antiquaries in 1848, and for 20 years was the Society's treasurer, and succeeded Earl Stanhope as president. He was a man of considerable means, and formed one of the most interesting and most choice of modern libraries. Many of his books fetched far higher sums than he paid for them. For example, Drummond of Hawthornden's Fourth Fasting, 1617, cost him in 1858 £8 15 shillings. At his sale it fetched £60, and Lodge's Rosalind, 1598, advanced from £5 10 shillings to £63. Mr. Ouvrey was an intimate friend of both Mr. Gladstone and Charles Dickens. A copy of the former's Gleanings of Past Years was a presentation one from the author, and had the following inscription: Frederick Ouvrey, Esquire, from W.E.G., in memory of the work we have done together for 14 years in full harmony of thought and act. There were 177 autograph letters from Dickens, which sold for £150. The 4 folio Shakespeares sold for £420, £46, £116, £28. A copy of the first edition of Spenser's Fairy Queen, 1590-96, £33. A copy of Daniel's Delia, 1592, with corrections, supposed to be by the author, £88. The total of the 6 days' sale was £6,169 2 shillings. A very remarkable library came under the hammer at Sotheby's on March 21st to 25th, 1884, when the unique collection of the late Francis Bedford, the eminent binder, was sold. The beauty of the bindings was naturally the most striking feature of the library, but there were many books which were rare or historically interesting apart from their coverings. For example, there was the identical prayer book that was found in the pocket of Charles I immediately after his execution. a copy of the Breeches Bible printed in Scotland 1579, one of the Pearl Bible 1653, a very fine copy of the Chronicle Nurembergense 1493, Bedford's own chef d'oeuvre, a magnificent copy of Roger's Italy and Poems in olive Morocco super extra, realized £116, whilst the total of the 5 days' sale was £4,867, 6 shillings, 6 pence. Among the more notable collections sold during 1885-7, that of the late Leonard Laurie Hartley at Puttock's may be mentioned, containing as it did some important books. Mr. Hartley has been described as a voracious collector, and would buy almost anything the dealers offered him, and almost at any price. Hence he speedily became known as a good client, and doubtless paid through the nose for many articles. The extraordinarily extensive collection of books and manuscripts formed by the late Sir Thomas Phillips, who died in 1867, of Middle Hill, Worcestershire, and Thirlestane House, Cheltenham, commenced selling at Sotheby's in 1886, and the supply is not yet by any means exhausted. Up to March 1895, 7 portions had been dispersed, the total being £15,766. Perhaps the most interesting item in this vast collection was the original autograph manuscript of Sir Walter Scott's Life of Swift, which realized £230 in June 1893. During 1886 and 1887, the collections of 2 of the most genuine book hunters that ever lived came under the hammer. Professor Edward Solly's extensive library of about 40,000 volumes, and comprising many rare books on Defoe, Pope, Swift, Dryden, Samuel Butler, Johnson, Gray, Cobbett, Payne, and also books of topography, biography, history, travel, antiquities, bibliography, etc., only realized the total of £1,544, 13 shillings 6 pence, November 1886. The equally interesting library of the late W.J. Toms, founder of Notes and Queries and deputy librarian of the House of Lords, realized 2 months after Mr. Solly's sale £1,094, 9 shillings. Mr. Tom's library was considerably smaller than that of his friend Mr. Solly, but they ran on very similar lines, Mr. Tom's being particularly strong in quaint and out-of-the-way books relating to Pope, Junius, George IV, Queen Caroline, Princess Olive of Cumberland, Reynard the Fox, and longevity. The first part of the library of another indefatigable book hunter, Cornelius Walford, came under the hammer at the same place, Sotheby's, in February 1887. Some interesting books were included in the 4 days' sale of the library of Sir William Hardy, F.S.A., late Deputy Keeper of the Public Records, December 1886, but the books were chiefly first editions of modern authors. But the 2 great collections of books, equally celebrated in their way, with, however, little in common, which give to the year 1887 a most special importance, were those of the Earl of Crawford and the first portion of the late James T. Gibson Craigs of Edinburgh, both of which were dispersed in June, each occupying Messrs. Sotheby 10 days in the dispersal. The Crawford sale of 2,146 lots realized a total of £19,073, 9 shillings, 6 pence, or an average of over £8 17 shillings per lot, whilst the Gibson Craig sale of 2,927 lots produced only £6,803, 8 shillings, or an average of a little over £2 6 shillings. The former included, however, a perfect copy of the Mazarin or Gutenberg Bible, which realized £2,650, and a copy of Fust and Schoeffer's Bible, 1462, which sold for £1,025. Coverdale's Bible realized £226, and Tyndale's Bible £255, whilst Tyndale's New Testament, printed at Antwerp by Emperor, brought £230. The celebrated block book, The Apocalypse of St. John, generally regarded as the second attempt in xylographic printing, realized £500. Sir Philip Sidney's Arcadia, 1590, first edition, sold for £93. It may be here mentioned that the second portion of the Crawford Library was sold in June 1889, when 1,105 lots realized £7,324, 4 shillings, 6 pence. 3 Caxtons produced a total of £588. Cicero Old Age, 1481, etc., £320. Higden's Polychronicon, 1482, £33, and Christine of Pisa, 1489, £235. The Gibson Craig collection was essentially a modern one, and included a number of finely illustrated books. One of the chief rarities was a copy of the first edition of Robinson Crusoe, which fetched £50. There were also a number of autograph letters and manuscripts of Sir Walter Scott, the most important of which was the manuscript of the Chronicles of the Canongate, £141. The second and third portions of the Gibson Craig Library were sold in March and November 1888, the total of the 3 sales being £15,509, 4 shillings, 6 pence. The library of the Earl of Aylesford was sold at Christie's, March 6th through 16th, 1888. And in June and November of the same year, the extensive collection of the late R.S. Turner of the Albany occupied Messrs. Sotheby 28 days, 7,568 lots, realizing a total of over £16,000. A previous sale of 774 items of his books occurred in France in 1878 and realized 319,100 francs. Turner's books included many exceedingly choice volumes bound by the most eminent craftsmen, such as Clovis Eve, Dussoy, Bosé, Derome, Padaloup, Capet, Trouts Bazonnet, Roger Payne, Bedford, and Rivière. Turner was born in 1819 and died in June 1887. Perhaps the great book sensation of 1888 occurred in the sale at Christie's when a portion of the library of the late Lord Chancellor Hardwicke, the Wimpole Library, was sold, and when a dozen tracts relating to America, bound together in a quarto volume, realized the unheard-of sum of £555. In the same sale also there were 3 Caxtons, The Game and Play of Chess, 1475-76, first edition, but not quite perfect, £260, and The Mirror of the World and Tullius de Amicitia, both imperfect, in one volume, £60. We can only briefly allude here to some of the more important collections which have been sold in London during the past 6 years. In the majority of instances they were the possession of deceased individuals, who for the most part lived out of London. In February 1889, the Hopetoun House Library, the property of the Right Honourable the Earl of Hopetoun, was sold at Sotheby's, 1,263 lots, realizing £6,117, 6 shillings, the most important items in the sale being a copy of the Gutenberg Fust Latin Bible, 1450-55, £2,000, and the Editio Princeps Virgil, 1469, £590. The library of Mr. John Mansfield Mackenzie of Edinburgh sold at the same place in the following March, 2,368 lots, equaling £7,072, was one of the most important collections dispersed in recent years. It was especially rich in first editions of modern writers, in curious books, and in literature relating to the drama. It included an exceedingly extensive series of Cruikshankiana, many of which realized prices which have not since been maintained. The most important lots in the sale of a selection from the library of the Duke of Buccleuch at Sotheby's, March 25-27, 1889, were 5 Caxtons, viz., Dictes and Sayings of the Philosophers, 1477, first edition, £650, The Chronicles of England, first edition, 1480, £470, the same, second edition, 1482, £45, Higden's Description of Britain, 1480, £195, and The Royal Book or Book for a King, 1487, £365. Many interesting items occurred in the sale, July 1889, of the library of the late J.O. Holywell Phillips, one of the most distinguished of London book hunters, which occurred a few months after the venerable owner's death. The amount realized for 1,291 lots was £2,298 10 shillings 6 pence, and among them were several Shakespeare quartos, in all instances slightly imperfect. By far the most important feature of the Shakespearean rarities, drawings, and engravings, preserved at Hollingbury Copse, near Brighton, that quaint wigwam on the Sussex Downs which had the honour of sheltering more record and artistic evidences connected with the personal history of the great dramatist than are to be found in any other of the world's libraries, still remains intact, according to the late owner's direction. It was offered to the Corporation of Birmingham for £7,000, but without avail. The collection comprises early engraved portraits of Shakespeare, authentic personal relics, documentary evidences respecting his estates and individuals connected with his biography, and artistic illustrations of localities connected with his personal history. The most important of the several hundred items is perhaps the unique early proof of the famous Droeshout portrait, for which Holywell Phillips gave £100, and for which an American collector offered him £1,000. A calendar of this extraordinary assembly was very carefully edited by Mr. E. E. Baker, F.S.A., in 1891, and the collection is still intact. Writing in June 1887, Mr. Holywell Phillips himself tells us that for nearly half a century he had been an ardent Shakespearean collector, being most likely the only survivor of the little band who attended the sale of the library of George Chalmers, somewhere about the year 1840, but for a long time attempting too much in several directions with insufficient means, and harassed, moreover, by a succession of lawsuits, including 2 in the Court of Torture, Chancery, I was unable to retain my accumulations, and thus it came to pass that bookcase full after bookcase full were disposed of, some by private contract, many under the vibrations of the auctioneer's hammer. This state of affairs continued till February 1872, but since that period, by a strict limitation of my competitive resources to one subject, the life of Shakespeare, I have managed to jog along without parting with a single article of any description. A much more important collection of Shakespeareana than that which appeared in the Holywell Phillips sale came under the hammer at the same place a few days afterwards, when the late Frederick Perkins's library was dispersed. 2,086 lots realized £8,222 7 shillings. The sale, in fact, was the most important in this respect since that of George Daniel in 1864, to which, however, the Perkins collection was considerably inferior. Mr. Perkins had spent many years of search and a large sum of money in collecting early editions of Shakespeare, but during the past 30 years not only has their value gone up in an appalling degree, but they are for the most part positively unprocurable. Under these depressing conditions, Mr. Perkins managed nevertheless to obtain 18 first or very early quarto editions of Shakespeare's plays, and poor as is this show when compared with that of George Daniel, it is doubtful whether a sale so extensive from that particular point of view under consideration as that of Mr. Perkins can be expected until well into the next century. The highest price was paid for the second part of Henry IV, 1600, £225. Romeo and Juliet, 1599, fetched £164. The Merchant of Venice, 1600, printed by J. Roberts, £121. Henry V, 1608, third edition, £99. The first folio fetched £415. The dispersals of book collections in 1890 included a few of considerable note. The exceedingly extensive one, for example, of the late Sir Edward Sullivan, Bart, Lord Chancellor of Ireland, was highly interesting as illustrating a phase of book collecting which is now all but obsolete. It was rich in the classics, which 3/4 of a century ago would have created the greatest excitement. It occupied 21 days, May to June, when 6,919 lots realized a total of £10,982 3 shillings, a highly satisfactory result when the general depreciation in the market value of the classics is considered. The extensive library of Mr. Thomas Gaysford, 2,218 lots, £9,182 15 shillings 6 pence, which was sold in April 1890, included not only some fine editions of the classics, but a remarkable series of Blake's works, first editions of Keats, Byron, Shelley, Swinburne, the 4 folio editions of Shakespeare, and a few quartos, notably The Merry Wives of Windsor, 1602, £385, Love's Labour Lost, 1598, £140, and Much Ado About Nothing, 1600, £130, all first editions. Some very interesting and rare Shakespeare items occurred also in the sale of the library of the late Frederick William Cousins, 1890, e.g. Merchant of Venice, 1600, £270, and The Poems, 1640, £61. The dramatic library of the late Frank Marshall, Sotheby's, June 1890, £2,187, 14 shillings 6 pence, and the angling books of the late Francis Francis, Puttock's, July 1890, were interesting collections in the way of special books. The most noteworthy collections dispersed in 1891 included the Walton Hall Library of the late Edward Hailstone, who was D.L. of the West Riding, Yorkshire, sold in February and April, 5,622 lots, £8,991, 5 shillings 6 pence, among which were many books of an exceedingly curious character, and the Lakelands Library of the late W. H. Crawford of Lakelands Company, Cork, 3,428 lots, £21,255, 19 shillings 6 pence, remarkable on account of its copy of the Waldorfer Boccaccio, 1471, £230, a copy, unique, of Caviccio, Dialogue très élégant intitulé Le Père, 1527, on vellum, with the arms of France, £355, the Landino edition of Dante, 1481, with the engravings by Baccio Baldini from the designs by Botticelli, £360, Shakespeare's Lucrece, 1594, £250, and Merchant of Venice, 1600, £111, and the Legenda Aurea, printed by Caxton, 1483, £465. The Topographical and General Library of the late Lord Brabourne was sold in May 1891, also at Sotheby's, whilst the remainder of this library was sold at Puttock's in June 1893. The collections scattered in 1892 included few of note, but we may mention those of the late Joshua H. Hutchinson, G.B. Anderson, and R.F. Cook, a partner in the firm of John Murray, the eminent publisher, as including many first editions of modern authors, whilst those of John Wingfield Larking and Edwin Henry Lawrence, F.S.A., included a number of rare books, as may be gathered from the fact that the library of the former comprised 946 lots, which realized £3,925 13 shillings, and that of the latter 860 lots, £7,409 3 shillings. The most interesting collection sold in 1893 was the selected portions from the books, manuscripts, and letters collected by William Hazlitt, his son, and his grandson. Of the first importance in another direction was the sale of the Bateman heirlooms, books and manuscripts. The late Reverend W. E. Buckley, M.A., formerly Fellow and Tutor of Brasenose College, Oxford, and late rector of Middleton Cheney, Branbury, and vice president of the Roxburgh Club, was a veritable Heber in a small way. Besides the enormous quantity of books sold in 2 portions, 22 days in all, in February 1893 and April 1894, several van loads were disposed of locally as not being worth the cost of carriage to London. His library must have comprised nearly 100,000 volumes, of which only a small proportion had any commercial importance. He managed, however, in his long career, to pick up a few bargains, notably the Columbus Letter, Epistola Christophori Colom, 4 leaves, 1493, with which was bound up Vespucci, Mundus Novus Albericus Vesputius, etc., 1503, also 4 leaves, which cost him less than £5, and which realized £315. He also possessed a first edition of Goldsmith's Vicar of Wakefield, 1766, £39 10s. Keats's Poems, first edition, 1817, in the original boards, £23 10s. Fielding's Tom Jones, 1749, first edition uncut in the original boards, £69. The 2 portions of the Buckley Library sold at Sotheby's realized £9,420 9s 6d. The smallest, as well as the choicest library sold in 1894, June 11th, comprised the most select books from the collection of Mr. Burkitt Foster, the distinguished artist. The first, second, third, and fourth folio Shakespeares sold for £255, £56, £130, and £25 respectively. The quarto editions of the great dramatist included A Midsummer Night's Dream, 1600, large copy, £122, Merchant of Venice, 1600, £146, King Lear, 1608, £100. Mr. Foster also possessed John Milton's copy of Lycophronus Alexandra, which realized £90. An incomplete copy of Caxton's Mirror of the World, 1491, £77. The valuable and interesting dramatic and miscellaneous library of the late Frederick Burgess of the Moore and Burgess Minstrels was sold at Sotheby's in May-June 1894 and included many choice editions of modern authors. The late Prince Louis-Lucien Bonaparte was a giant among book collectors, but his books were almost exclusively philological. Mr. Victor Collins, who has compiled an attempt at a catalogue, in which there are no less than 13,699 entries, states that, as a young man, the prince was fond of chemistry, and on one occasion he was desirous of reading a chemical work that happened to exist only in Swedish. He learned Swedish for the purpose, and this gave him a taste for languages, very many of which he studied. His object in forming the library was to discover, rather perhaps to show, the relationship of all languages to each other. Nor was it only distinct languages he included in his plan, but their dialects, their corruptions, even slang, thieves' slang, slang of all kinds. In carrying out his idea, the prince had, of course, the advantages of exceptional abilities, and, until the fall of the empire, of unlimited money. Some of the bindings are very beautiful. As to the printing, the prince for long had a fully fitted printing office on the basement floor of his house in Norfolk Terrace, Bayswater. The prince, being a senator of France, a cousin of Louis Napoleon, and a well-known philologist, people brought him all sorts of interesting books. Therefore it is not surprising to find that the library includes rare works not present, for instance, in the British Museum. There are 3 early German Bibles which Mr. Gladstone, visiting the prince once, thought should be presented to the British Museum. To the best of Mr. Gladstone's knowledge, one of the 3 did not exist anywhere else, and either of the 3 would be worth about £500. They are remarkable specimens of early German printing and are profusely illustrated. Mr. Collins calculates that there are at least 25,000 volumes in the collection, and that fully 30 alphabets are spread through them. This extraordinary collection, like the Shakespearean one formed by Mr. Halliwell Phillips, is still awaiting a purchaser. See The Times, July 25, 1895. The collection, also a special one, of a recently deceased book collector, may be mentioned here, and for the following particulars we are indebted to Mr. Elliot Stock. Edmund Waterton, the son of Charles Waterton, the naturalist, lived at first at Walton Hall, his father's residence. He sold this and bought a house at Deeping Waterton, where his ancestors formerly lived. He had a large old library, a great part of which he inherited from his father. His great pleasure was in his Imitatio Christi collection. He succeeded in gathering together some 1,500 different editions, printed and manuscript. He had given commissions to booksellers all over Europe to send him any edition they might meet with, and one of the pleasures of his life was to see the foreign packets come by post. I sent him a 17th-century edition which I came across accidentally for his acceptance on spec. It turned out it was one he had been looking for a long time, and his letter describing his glee when it was brought up to his bedroom in the morning with his breakfast was very comic. He kept an oblong volume like a washing book with all the editions he knew of, some thousands in all, and his delight in ticking one more off the lengthy desiderata was like that of a schoolboy marking off the days to the holiday. Edmund Waterton had a number of rare books besides those in his imitation collection, notably a very tall first folio Shakespeare, with contemporary comments made by some ancestor, who had also made good some of the missing pages in manuscript. He was a lineal descendant of Sir Thomas More on his mother's side, and possessed Sir T. More's clock, which still went when I stayed with him. It was apparently the same clock that hangs on the wall at the back of Holbein's celebrated picture of Sir Thomas More and his family. Waterton had one of the longest and clearest pedigrees in the country, tracing back to Saxon times without break. His family were Catholics and seem to have lost most of their property in the troublous times of the Reformation. Anyone who was interested in the imitation, whether as a collector or not, always met with kindness and almost affection from him. The first time I met him, which arose from my making the facsimile of the Brussels manuscript, he showed his confidence and goodwill by lending me for several days his oblong record of editions to look over. Mr. Waterton's collection of the Imitation came under the hammer at Sotheby's in January 1895 in 2 lots. The first comprised 6 manuscripts and 762 printed editions, ancient and modern, in various languages, of this celebrated devotional work arranged in languages in chronological order. It realized £101. The second lot comprised a collection of 437 printed editions, a few of which were not included in the former, and sold for the equally absurd amount of £43. The British Museum had the first pick of this collection, and the authorities were enabled to fill up a large number of gaps in their already extensive series of editions. The 6 manuscripts and over 250 printed editions passed into the possession of Dr. Copinger of Manchester through Messrs. Southern of the Strand, who, indeed, purchased the 2 lots when offered at Sotheby's.